So this is what syllabus team we are going to cover. Introduction 1. You have to know Spring Boot and REST API team. What is cloud characteristics? What is horizontal scaling and vertical scaling? Monolithic applications versus microservices. Splitting monolithic application into microservices. What is the evaluation of this Spring Cloud? Why you should go for Spring Cloud? And Spring Cloud config server and config client. What is Eureka? What is load balancer and discovery client, ribbon client and vegan client? How to build a resilient system using circuit breaker, implementing resilient to 4J, time limiter and retry mechanism. After that, Spring Cloud Gateway team. After that, distributed logging and centralized logging team using Sleuth, Zipkin, and ELK. Then OAuth 2.0 theory and examples we would use. And 10th one, microservice with Docker and Kubernetes. Docker, Kubernetes, we will use theory and we'll show you one example, but we can't show you how to deploy your microservice into Kubernetes cluster. I can show you how to configure this Kubernetes, how to, enable this Kubernetes and all, but we can't do it, okay, deployments in Kubernetes. Summary team, okay, FAQs. The process of increasing amount of request that we can handle through the application is called vertical scaling. Is called vertical scaling. Now here in vertical scaling, at any point of time, only one server is there. Any point of time, only one server in the bracket, one physical system. At any point of time, one server or one physical system team. Now here see. Now you will see small examples team. Small example. Now here see. You have a Paytm. You have a Paytm. Now, until demonetization, you have a Paytm. Until demonetization. Until demonetization, it was very less traffic team. Until demonetization, it was very less traffic team. Less traffic. After that, after our demonetization, huge demand team. Huge demand. Suddenly, 100x more number of requests came. Suddenly, after Modi announcement that, demonetization, suddenly, okay, what happened, the the traffic would be the traffic would be 100x. 100x means 100 times more. If 100 times is more, is your infrastructure would be a supported team? No. What you will do? You should go to your okay. You should go to your CTC, your shop, bring one hardware. Again, you should update the new physical system. Okay, updated the new physical system. Now here, see, please okay, try to understand team. So the main problem with this, we don't know, we can't we can't predict how many number of physical servers you want, how many number of physical server you want. See, now here you can't buy starting only bigger machine. You can't buy starting only bigger machine. Why? If you buy starting only bigger machine, let's assume that I want to build a product. I want to develop a product team. The product name is so Srinu Food App, Srinu Food App, or Tasty Food App, something Tasty Food App. So what happened? I will develop this application and okay, deployed the application into my server team. If you develop the application, if you deployed the application into your server, now what happened? After 3 months, we don't know. My product may be success or my product may be failure. After 1 week or after 1 month, if your product will be super hit, huge traffic is coming, then what you will do? Because of less resources, because of less resources, your product is now getting very slow. It is taking loading. Users could not able to log in into your application. Immediately, what you will do? You should buy a new physical server and set up infrastructures. It may take time. Meanwhile, application will not perform good. Then all users will stop using the application. See, within a month, okay, product would be super success. Then what happened? Super success. Then what happened, team? Then we have to okay, increase the resources. See what I should do. I should buy new physical server. Step number two, buy new physical server. Okay, okay, step number two, set up okay, infrastructure. Okay, infrastructure. Okay, it's not like by the system, and you should not like okay handle, right. You should be connecting to your whole okay, infrastructure configuration. Okay, everything should be done right. It may take around 1 day in time to set up the okay, infrastructure. See here, to do all these things and then deploy the application. To do all these things, to do all these things, it may take time. It may take more time. Meanwhile, meanwhile, application will not, meanwhile, application will not perform good, then users will be, then users will stop using the applications. Please try to understand, team. Stop the application means once it will be stopped, your business will be gone. Your business will be gone. So you can't guess. You maybe feel starting only you are trying to configure as a big server. Starting only you started as a big server. Let us assume that, let's say starting only, if we will take more physical, we will take big server which will have more, which will have higher okay, resources. Then what happened? Higher resources, then what happened? It will be good. Okay, higher resources and deploy the application. Higher resources and okay, deploy the okay, application. Then what happened? Okay, suppose if our product will not success, then what happened? Startup companies would be more team. Initial cost would be more. That it is a startup company. If you use vertical scaling, either less number of resources or more number of resources, we can't predict how the people, we can't predict. So how many, how many number of users are there. So depending on vertical scaling is always a problem, team. It is for legacy okay, infrastructure is following this okay, vertical scaling. Depending on this vertical scaling is always a problem because it is always running on only one server. It is very tough to get number of now correct resources. This concept does not work anywhere in our real time. Okay, team. Now here see. Note number one. Depending on vertical scaling, always get the problem. Either less traffic or more traffic. So it is very tough. It is very tough to get the number of correct resources. It is very tough to get the number of correct resources. Number of correct resources, team. This concept, this concept does not work anymore. Please try to understand, team. This concept does not work anymore in our real time. We had been used this one in 2014. We have only one server. After 6 months, traffic would be added. We are increasing RAM to 8 CPU, 8 GB. We are increasing RAM to 32 CPU is okay, 16 GB RAM. So every 6 months, every 3 months, based on the traffic, right? We have been okay, increasing this okay resources team. What happened? Okay, after until 6 months you have been okay increasing. After 6 months, no traffic is there. What happened? You are paying huge amount to your infrastructure team. Maintenance would be there, resources maintenance and resources cost. So many so many okay parameters are there to increase your cost team. To overcome these problems, okay, what is the drawback here? First drawback is the cost of vertical scalability is very high. The cost of vertical scalability is very high. Second one, we can't okay, expect to handle more number of okay, resources. We can't get okay, infinite CPU and RAM here. There should be some limit number of CPU and RAM team. You can't get okay, infinite CPU and RAM team. Understood, team? So this is the drawback with your one is cost is very high. The drawbacks with okay, vertical scaling. Point number one, team. One is we can't we can't predict, we, we can't okay, expect to handle more request for the resources. Number two, team, the cost of vertical scalability is high. Number three, team, we can't get infinite CPU, comma, RAM. There should be a limit to hit number of CPU and RAM. Understood, team? Let's will start now. Okay, now, see how to overcome all these problems. To overcome all these problems, because of these problems, because of okay problems in vertical scaling, we should go horizontal scaling. What is horizontal scalability? We do not run our application in one server. Instead, run in multiple servers. Instead, and run in multiple servers. We do not run our application in one server. Okay, instead, and run in multiple server. Instead, and run in multiple server. Number two, instead of okay, instead of application run in big server, run in smaller servers. That means everything I will explain, team. Basics are important. That's why I have started with the basics team. Okay, I have started with the basics team. So our application is deployed into here, and our application is deployed into here, and our application is deployed into here. So it is a one server or one physical system. It is a server 2. It is a physical system. It is a server 3. It is a one physical system. Private IP address. It is a one private IP address. Every remote server will have one private IP address. Let us assume that all are in, okay, all are would be deployed into some cloud team. So how to, if if more than one server your application is running, who will handle it? Who will handle it? All this server. There is a concept is called load balancer. Load balancer is having some public IP. IP means now what happened here? You have a some DNS domain name mapping. Now, and our request will come to your load balancers because from the clients you are getting so many work requests are coming. From the clients you are getting so many requests to team. Here we would have request 1. Here we would have request 2. We would have and so on okay, request 100. What this load balancer will do? Load balancer will distribute the load to your server. First request will send here. Second request will give to here. Third request will give to here. It will distribute your load to your multiple server. Vertical scaling means only one server. Horizontal means we have multiple server. Now here what I will do, in this server my one CPU, 2 GB RAM. In this server, one CPU, 2 GB RAM. In this server, one CPU, 2 GB RAM. It is a horizontal scaling. So now huge traffic will come. Now huge traffic will come. What happened? Immediately I should add. Immediately I should add one more CPU. I mean one more server. If huge traffic is there, I will add this server to whom? Load balancer. Not immediately. Here also some challenges are there. Okay, I will explain. Here we should go ahead with you deploy your application. Deploy your application. Here also you would have one CPU and 2 GB RAM. Okay, sir. You may ask how to maintain the session. If session is created in application 1, how the next request will be? How the next request will be recognize that session? That is different, sir. There is a concept is called sticky session. Concept is called Redis caching. That will discuss later. Now, if huge traffic will come to your application, what happened? If any new request will come, now here means immediately you will created a one new mission, add that mission to whom? Load balancer. Add that mission to whom? Load balancer. Understood, sir? So now please try to understand team. All are basics. In horizontal, scalability, we can scale application compared to vertical scalability, but other problems are there. Other problems also would be there. What are the other problems? In horizontal scalability, we can scale the application compared to vertical scalability, but other problems would be there. But all these use cases, we will be using team here. Please try to understand. Please try to understand. Others, but other problems would be there. What are the other problems? Other problems, okay, still exist. What are the other problems? One, how many servers would you keep in your cluster? Cluster means group of computers. What will be the resources of those servers? How many servers you want? How many you want like this? And how many each server? What is the configuration? each server what is the configuration. Okay, third one. I told already it's not only for okay API. I told already it's not only for okay API. You have to know microservices means cloud, third party tools, and Java okay APIs. Please try to understand. Coding anyone can do. To understand this microservice architecture, you should have some knowledge on these two also. Now I am trying to explain why we should go for cloud. Later I will be explain third party tools. Next we will start our APIs coding. Okay, please try to understand team. Now here see what will be the what will be of that okay resources team, what will be of that okay resources team, what will be the resources of that server. Third one, these servers will be physical servers. Remember these servers is physical server. When you get a physical server, we need to decide, we need to decide how many servers you need to get. You need, when you get a physical server, you need to decide how many servers you need to get. It is a mandatory. You want to one server or you want to two, you should know this one. Here also note, that means here also same resource planning issue, same resource planning problems like had in vertical scaling. Now here, okay, what are the problems we have? We had this okay, okay, vertical scaling. How many okay, resources? We don't know how people are going to behave your application. If your application is famous, more load you can how can give. Okay, if it is less load, our cost would be okay, impact. To overcome this problem, there is a concept is called team. There is a concept is called virtualization. To overcome this problem, there is a concept is called virtualization. Please try to understand what is virtualization. What is VM? People are calling as a VM. VM stands for virtualization. Simple definition, take a physical server and create multiple virtualizations. Take a physical server, take a physical server and create multiple virtual machine. Multiple virtual machines is called virtualization. Is called virtualization. Is called virtualization. Now here it is a host OS. It is a host operating system. It is your hypervisor. Okay, hypervisor is a software which is called okay. It is called using this software only we can do okay virtualization. I would say it is okay virtualization software. What this will do, it will split. It will split. It will split whole your hypervisor into multiple virtual machines. It is a one virtual machine VM1, VM2, VM3, VM1, VM2, VM3. Here what happened team? It is okay running on Linux OS. It is okay running on Windows. It is okay running on Linux OS. Running on Linux OS, running on okay Windows OS, running on maybe. Here I have three VMs now. I have three VMs now. Please try to understand team. So either it is a horizontal or okay vertical scaling. You can use physical server to deploy the application into your server. If you want more instances, then what happen? You should deploy into another physical server. So what virtualization will do, This virtualization will do create multiple VMs from single physical server. That means here you gave here you should take one system 64 GB RAM here. You would give here some 64 CPU. Okay, let's assume that. So what happened here? What this virtualization will do? I can create. Okay, it will split team. Okay, it will split. Okay, instead of one single physical server, it will split into multiple team. It will split into multiple VMs. What it will do? It will take some base is required. Base is required. It will take some to run your base OS. To run the base OS, it will take assume that 8 CPU and 8 GB RAM. But remaining how many it is there? Okay, 58 it is their team. Each VM it will be allocated. Each VM it will be allocated 4 GB RAM. It will be allocated 4 GB RAM and 4 CPU. Each allocated 4 GB RAM and 4 CPU. 4 GB RAM and 4 CPU. 4 GB RAM and 4 CPU. Understood, team? So, like that, how many? Around 12 virtual mission, 12 or 13. We can create, we can create 13 VMs. We can create, each VM is treated as we can create 13 VMs. Each VM is treated as one physical server. One physical server. Each VM treated as one separate physical mission. It is having as it is having separate CPU comma RAM. CPU comma RAM comma OS team. CPU comma RAM comma OS. Now super awesome now. I need more. So whenever if more number of requests will come to application, what will be happened? You no need to go your shop and buy your physical system and configure the infrastructure. No, what you will do? Simple. You will create one new VM if you have space. You don't need to go outside into the market and bring the system and give that system to your load balancer. You don't need to do. If it is a physical server, you have to go explicitly to your shop and buy that system and add to your load balancer. Understood, team? If it is if it is VM, you don't need to go. Okay, you don't need to go, team. You can see if more number of traffic will be happen. What will be happened? See here. So here, okay, whenever I know, whenever we came to know more number of, whenever we came to know more number of, we came to know more number of request will come to application, more number of request will come to your application, we can create one more VM. We can create one more VM. We can create one more VM. That means we don't need to go someplace to buy the to buy to buy the to buy the physical mission okay. Instead of I have a physical mission, I have a hypervisor, I will create one more VM and add to your cluster. I can create one more VM and add to your cluster. Add to your cluster. Understood, team? Add to your cluster. Now here see. We don't need to some place to buy the physical machine. Okay, instead I have physical machine, and also I have hypervisor hypervisor software, and then I will create I will create one more VM and add to cluster. That cluster would be added to this load balancer. This helps companies many ways addresses to resource related problems. This virtualization problems now here. So to overcome this, to overcome physical servers problems, then market started using virtualization. Market started using virtualization. Market started using virtualization. Understood, team? Started using virtualization. What is virtualization? I already explained, team. Now that's good. Okay, without virtualization, there are lot of problems are there. It is a very big important in our application development. That's all good, team. That's all we saw now. But please concentrate. We are almost ending our theory now. Virtualization helped okay, helped in resource planning, and scale application, but did not solve the problems. Did not solve the problems. What is the problem? First problem. First problem. Let's assume that you are buying physical server, and where you want put that physical server. That means group of virtual machines. Where you want to keep this? Where you want to put this physical server? Where you want? Okay, put this physical server, team. Where you want to keep? So if you want to keep it is in, assume that your software company is available. If your software company is available in in India, you want to keep this your infrastructure. You would take one room, team. In that room, it is called a big room. It is a server room. In our office also there is some server room is there. Are you keeping all this your physical servers, which is combination of virtual machines, all are you keeping inside of that room? No. No, what happened? How can you guarantee is that server is always up and running? Means you need to be monitor whether always keep your server is up and running. What happened if we can we do if we buy and land and keep all physical servers in risky place like in Pakistan? Okay, will you do it, or will you keep this in uh, you know if any one of the terrorist attack place, like any one of the bomb blast, any one of the are you keep this in our which location it is? That location should not be flood. Floods should not come. Terrorist attack. So, okay, it's not a small, right? If it is a small, our sinotech.com, I can keep in my room. It is a big applications, right? See now, what is go to YouTube later we can check that. What is a data center city? Data centers is nothing but group of clusters where each cluster will have group of physical servers, where each physical server will have multiple virtual machines. Multiple virtual machines. Understood, team? Now please concentrate. See now, if you want, see, they will take minimum 100 acres or 1,000 acres for this data center team. What is the minimum? Data center, minimum things are first one, need need to set up proper electricity, proper electricity team, very important. Second one team is always this your power, okay, should not be, okay, okay, always your power should be okay, available team. We can't say no power, no data center work like that, okay, you can't tell. Need, okay, AC team. Third one, security is a, okay, required team. Fourth one, okay, location should not be civil wars, natural, terrorist okay, naturals. It should not be a terrorist attack. It should not be flood scheme. These things, who will take care team? These things, application developer should not. Application developer never think, but as a company owner, they should think things. Application developers never think. As a company owner, they should think team, company CEOs and all need a people. See, if you have a on-prem on-prem setup, on-prem setup, on-prem servers, or on-prem infrastructure, on-prem infrastructure. If you want to go with on-prem server, then need more people to manage setup and new infrastructure, new infrastructure and new, okay, infrastructure, comma, add or remove the servers whenever you want. Next one team need to worry about data loss. Data loss preventions means you should be able to take care if your data should not be lost because of more customers data would be stored here. By any chance, if one data center should down and get the data from another data center. Next one team, that is data should be backup in some data centers, or okay, different data in same data centers, or different data centers. Understood team? See, like this team, so many things are required to enable your. See, if you are going with on-prem server, you have to be plan all these things. Big companies like American Express, like big banks, right, they will do all these things manually. Imagine a company is doing all these things, how much cost it will be. That's why they would go for cloud team. They would go for cloud. Very, very important. Last one, some of the characteristics that demand application, that demand to develop application today team. What are the demand? See, your YouTube, your Facebook, or big applications. What is your application performance? Number one. Number two, always your application up and running, high availability. Number three, is it auto scaling feature is available or not? Scaling, what is auto scaling, I will explain. Number four, dynamic resource provisioning, dynamic resource provisioning. Number five, zero downtime. You should not application ever downtime. Zero downtime upgrade. Number six, distributed. Whenever your application will, these days team, these are the basic requirement of any application like banking, insurance, e-commerce, food app. These are the basic requirements team. Implementing or achieve these requirements with our own infrastructure, using monolithic application is very difficult to team. Very, very difficult. What is monolithic applications? Now I will explain team. Implementing these are the okay, implementing these are the basic requirements of these application okay, developments now. Basic. What is the basic? Okay, I will explain. Performance, high availability, auto scaling. Okay, auto scaling. Okay, see, okay, implementing. These are the basic requirements. These are the requirement, basic requirements of any application. Any application. If you go any office, they would be asking this: how you are measuring your performance, availability, and all. Basic applications. These are the basic requirements of any applications like banking, e-commerce, insurance, and all. Implementing, okay, implementing, okay, implementing and achieving and achieving, okay, implementing and okay, achieving achieving these futures with our okay, infrastructure. These features will be with our own okay, infrastructure using monolithic application is very difficult. Is very difficult thing. It's very difficult. What is one line statement of this performance? Irrespective of the load of your application, irrespective of the load of your application, whether your application is high load or low load, always your application will give response in very fast. Application should respond in milliseconds, irrespective of high or low load of your application. See how it is happening, we should know. If you move to our application as a microservice architecture, all this would be possible. If you are not using your microservice architecture, all will not be impossible. It is difficult. High availability means 24/7 during year. Your application should be up and running. Have you seen anywhere your YouTube is down? No. Have you seen your YouTube is down? No. Understood, team? Please try to understand, team. Very important it is. Okay, very okay, important it is. How to overcome all these features. Understood now. What is auto scaling? Auto scaling means the process of auto scaling means the good feature, team. Auto scaling. What is auto scaling here? See, auto scaling. Good feature is called auto scaling. Due to space issue, I am writing here. What this auto scaling will do, capability auto scaling means auto scaling is process of scale out. Scaling. Scale out means, so what happened? If more number of requests will come, then automatically means our DevOps team will write this script automatically, create new VM, new virtual machine, and add into load balancer. Automatically, you don't need. This process is called auto scaling. How it will be load? Based on the CPU utilization. If CPU utilization is 60, then add one VM. If CPU is still is busy with 70, add one more VM. If CPU is busy means it is able to getting more load. If CPU is add two more VMs. If CPU is getting 90%, then add four VMs because huge traffic is there. Scale out means the process of increasing. Scale out means based on the CPU utilization, we have been increasing more VMs. It is called auto scaling. More number of requests will come, then automatically create a new virtual machines and add it to here. This process is called scale out. What is scaling? What is scaling means the process of the number of request will be less, then it will it will remove the VMs. It will remove the VMs. It will remove the VMs automatically. Okay, team. If see who will take care? This is mandatory. See, Amazon, Amazon, if any offers will be there, huge traffic will come. 2000, 4000 virtual machines are running at that time in Amazon. huge traffic. Everyone is hitting your Amazon.com application continuously. Okay, hitting means what? 2004,000 VMs virtual machines are running. All would be added to your this load balancer. This load balancer will take care to distribute the load to all this nodes team. Okay, scaling means if the number of request will be in less, then remove the virtual missions automatically. Understood team? Now we have discussed about auto scaling and auto conscaling, scale out and scale in team. Understood team? Now what is the scale out and scale in? More scale out means based on the CPU utilization, more number of VMs would be added automatically during your microservice development. Hey, how many instances would be happened? This means in how many new VMs has been added. Okay, if traffic is more, now what happened? I can't bring from outside. I can't add, right? It will do automatically. Means VMs can add and remove automatically based on the CPU utilization. Based on this CPU utilization. Okay, that's good team. Okay, next one. What is dynamic resource means? Auto scaling to work. We need dynamic resource provision. To work with auto scaling, need dynamic resource provision. If we can't dynamically request a resource, then can't do auto scaling. Understood team? See, simple. If you can't dynamically requesting, if you can't dynamic request, okay, dynamically request a resource, then can't do the auto scaling. Can't do the auto scaling. Can't do the auto scaling thing. See, create the resources dynamically and also add VM. Need to deploy the application is called dynamic resource providing team. The next one team. What is zero downtime? Zero downtime means during application deployment or any servers migration, application should not down. Application should not down. What is like a distributed? Distributed means simple team. So it should be okay, distributed the data across the, okay, distributed data across geographically, distributed the data across geographical data center, across geographical center, across geographical data center team. So these are the very important to build your application. Now we'll see. Now we'll go our interested topic. What is your interested topic? If already monolithic application is there, why you should go for C? To overcome all this, do you think if you want to overcome all these things, if you can do by your own? If it is own means you need more resources, we need manpower, we need secure place. All this stuff is required to solve, to implement all these features. Cloud came into picture. To implement all these features, cloud came into picture. So when you are using, when you are using cloud, right, you can't use monolithic applications. All see, to overcome all these problems team, now here cloud came into the picture. To do all this by your own, it is very difficult to handle all these things team. Okay, that's why cloud came into the picture. Your cloud will tell, hey, all companies, you should focus on only development only. You should focus on only development only. Leave the deployment and infrastructure to us. Whenever you want, he'll take care based on your application demand. Provide your requirement based on your application traffic, security, everything will take care. You should just to pay the amount. Whenever you don't want, You can remove it. Whenever you want, you can add it. Okay, understood team? Now, see here. Okay, what happened? Implement all the features. Cloud came into the picture, but we can't use. We can't use when we are using cloud to implement all the features. We should go for cloud. When we are using cloud, then can't use monolithic applications. Can't use monolithic applications. We can use monolithic, but we'll have lot of problems. We can use monolithic, but we can use monolithic applications, but we will have lot of problems. That is where microservices will help. We will see what are the problems with the monolithic application, why we should go for microservices team. With the monolithic applications, why we should go for microservices team. Understood team? Now we'll see. First step, we are monolithic applications. Monolithic applications. Very important team, monolithic application. Now first one. What is this monolithic application? Number one. Most of the applications developed earlier using monolithic applications. See, it is my monolithic applications. What are the drawbacks with the monolithic applications? Why you should go for this monolithic applications? Let us assume that e-commerce application. E-commerce applications. Okay, now here see. Generally, your Amazon, what are the features are their team? You have a feature is called product catalog. You have a feature is called shopping cart catalog. You have a feature is called order history. You have a feature is called customer details, account details, or whatever. We have four features. Feature 1, product catalog. Feature 2, shopping cart. Feature 3, order history. Feature 4, customer feature. Monolithic applications are applications where all the features of application is present in one single deployable artifact. Most of the applications developed earlier using monolithic application. Now, monolithic applications are applications all the features where all the features of applications is present in one single deployable artifact. Understood team? Monolithic applications are applications where all the features of application are present in one single deployable artifact. That means this is a var file or it is a ER file. Group of var files is a called ER file. It is a one application. 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 Or you can give var file also. It's not a problem. Where all the features single deployable. All the features of is one single deployable. Now here var file contains all the features. Var file contains all the features. Now see. Can anyone tell team in your Amazon out of these four features, traffic would come more to which feature team? Can anyone please? Order, good. Order, order history. It's not a order. Order history. Can anyone shopping? No. Can anyone team? See, whenever you log in into your Amazon.com, everyone will looking for what? Browsing of these products. I want iPhone. I want iPhone. Okay, everyone, I want some books. People, most of the people, if 10 lakhs request will come to your Amazon, out of 10 lakhs, first 10 lakhs users will be searching the products. Maybe 5 lakhs user choose one, choose one iPhone 13. Out of 10 lakhs, maybe only 1 lakh users will go to adding to shopping cart. Everyone will not add to shopping cart. Only out of 10 lakhs, 1 lakh users. Remaining all 9 lakhs users is searching or time passing, whatever they want, they can do it. Very rare people will go to order history. Order history, okay, it's not orders. Okay, yeah, good. So most of the users will go to where? This product catalog. Let us assume that this traffic is 10 lakhs team. Assume that I'm trying to understanding more. Every day 10 lakhs. This order history traffic, every day max 10,000. Shopping cart may be a one, customer futures may be a 1 lakh, or depends. Now what happened? Now what happened? Please try to understand. If you are trying to, because of huge traffic, because of huge traffic, now if huge traffic will come, what happened? I need to scale. I need to scale my application or not? I need to scale my application means, if okay, if huge traffic will come, I need to increase my, one more VBM. I should add it or not? Let Let us assume that this whole var file will require 64 CPU and 64 GB RAM. Let us assume that. Whole. See, if more traffic will come, but actual traffic is only product only. Actual traffic is only product only. If more number of requests will come, if more number of request will come, what should we do, team? If you are following monolithic architecture, how to scale your application, how to scale your application, you need to scale your whole application. You need, here you have a load balancer, I would call as a LB. Here your application is this, here your application is this, here we have your application is called product catalog and shopping cart, order history, product catalog, shopping cart, order history, product catalog, shopping cart, order history. Here it is, customer feature. Here also product catalog, shopping cart, order history. So now what happened? You need to scale your whole. But what is the drawback you see, team, here? What is the drawback? If you are using monolithic application, only one feature is getting more traffic. Even though one feature is getting more traffic, but we need to scale whole your application. Let us assume that it is taking only, okay, it is taking only, okay, 8 GB CPU, it is taking, 8 GB RAM. Actually the traffic would be more for only product catalog only. You need to scale only for product catalog, but because of monolithic architecture, all the features are available into your single deployable application. You need to scale whole application. Please try to understand. If you want one more, then you have to add one more thing. Most used feature is here product catalog. Least used feature is here order history or customer features. Because of everything is bundled into single where, if you want to scale one part of the future, you can't do it. If you want to scale one future, then we will scale whole futures, because of this resource utilization is not up to the market, team. Understood, team? But here you should go for 64 GB, 64 CPU here, 64 CPU here, and 64 RAM here. Here also you should go for 64 CPU here and 64 RAM here. Understood, team? If you want to, again traffic will come. Again you should do one more thing here. Again here you should go for product catalog and you should go for this. Again you should go for here. You should go for CF and add these two here. Understood, team? Here also you should use the same. Try to understand, team. Now, what are the drawback with the monolithic applications? Drawbacks. Drawbacks one, team. It's not a easy, team. Your client may have hundreds of the applications, hundreds of the applications. So they want scale. Scale means they need to scale whole here. That's why I have explained earlier basic horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. So now because of because of you can write here in architecture product and catalog will get more will get more traffic, will get high traffic, and customer future will get less traffic. First drawback thing. First drawback thing. If if we want enabled auto scale, then need to enable, then it should enable whole application, not specific feature. Because of everything bundle into single var file. If you want to scale one part of the future we can't do. Just write on understood team. We can't do. Very, very important, all these things. We want to scale one part of the future, we can't do it. If you want to scale one futures, if we want scale one future, then it will scale all futures. It will scale all the features. Because of this resource utilization is not proper. Resource utilization resource utilization is not up to the mark. It's not up to the mark. Very, very important team. All you should be aware all these things. Your microservices is not like coding like Spring Boot, coding like all. No, that is the reason this microservices pre-requesting is called Spring Boot. Why Spring Boot is required? One of the feature is called embedded server. If it is embedded means just you will deploy your application into new server. That's it. If embedded is not there, what happened in Spring Boot? You need to install. If it is okay, if it is embedded, just deploy your Spring Boot application into new machine and you can start that new machine. Okay, it will be okay enough. If it is not embedded, you need to install the Tomcat, you need to install the configurations, you need to install the required configuration. How much time it will take? So much of time it will take. If the configuration will be problem again, it is the issue. Okay, now the next one thing. What is next one? Next drawback with the monolithic application is tightly coupling. What is tightly coupling? What is tightly coupling? See, I am trying to modify the some functionality of product catalog. If I will try to modify the product catalog feature, it may be impacting on other feature. What I should do? I need to do product catalog testing as well as one round regression testing. Regression testing means make sure all the functionality of working of these other features also you should test for safer side. Because of your touching your started development in product catalog, you need to do one round testing of other features also. Because of this, development time would be increased. If development time and testing time would be increased means release time also it should be increase. Very, very important team. What is meant by tightly coupling? Yeah. If we are trying to modify one of future functionality, then it might impact for it might impact for other features also. It might impact for other features also. So we need to do do we need to do that is okay. Example, if we will if we will add product to future development, then other features like shopping cart, order history, customer service, then other features also would impact. Other feature also would impact. So to avoid this, now here we need to do more regression testing. We need to do more regression testing on other features and regular regular and functional testing on new feature. Okay, okay, and okay, functional testing with and do the functional testing. Because of this development time and QE time, because of this development time and QE time would be increase. Increase because of this development time and QE time would be QE means okay, testing time, quality engineering testing time would be okay, increased team. Understand team? Now, what is mean by now here third one team? What is mean by third one team? See, monolithic applications means in size, and if what happened if code is more means okay, bugs also it will be more. Third one is slow feedback team. Slow feedback loop. What is slow feedback loop? See, you develop a application team. So let's assume that we have a company A. Company A means you can give company is called Amazon team. Amazon, Amazon, if you want to deliver one feature is of Amazon. Every because of monolithic applications, you need to develop, you need to deploy. It will take every 6 months one release. Every 6 months of one new feature release into market. But I have a company is called I have a company is called eBay. Every 1 month, every 6 months, new feature. Every 1 month, new feature will be released into the market team. New feature will be released into the market team. Now, can you tell me who will be your success team in the market? Because of your following monolithic architecture, you need to go for more features. You need to do regression testing. You need to all. So you need more feedback. Here it is a slow feedback loop team. Slow feedback loop. If you follow monolithic architecture, difficult to enabled DevOps means team. What is DevOps? Whenever once developer develop and commit the code into Git repo, then what happened? It will build automatically. It will perform CI/CD. CI/CD. CI stands for continuous integration. CD stands for continuous deployment. Means it is called build team. It is called build. CI stands for build. Because of your application size is more. Because of your application size is more team. If your application size is more, then what happened? The build and okay deploy okay it will take more time team. Build and deploy it will take more time. As per microservice architecture, every build should be max 1 minute it should be done. But if you follow monolithic architecture, it will take more time to build and deploy the applications. To build and deploy the applications team. Now fifth one team. What is fifth one? Single point of failure. That is called Spark. Industry is calling Spark. What is Spark? See, it is your monolithic application. From the backend product catalog is getting error. Now what happened? Whole application is down. Whole application will not work. Because of one feature is not working, whole application would be down. Why whole application should be down? Because of the your small feature customer may be in some problem with the backend systems and all. Customer feature is very very in less traffic. Because of customer feature is down, huge impacted feature is product also it would be down. We lose our business. Understood team? If the application or servers stop working, then whole application, if the application or server stop working, then all the features, if if one of the feature will stop working, then all the features and all the other features also will stop working. All the other features also will stop working. Will stop working, sir. Please try to understand. Will stop working. That is, if one feature will be down, then it will break. It will break whole application. Then it will break whole application as down. To overcome all these problems, we should go for microservice architecture. We should use a new architecture called as microservices. To overcome all these problems, we should use a new architecture is called microservices. Now we should use what is microservice, why this microservice is coming into the picture, how to split this monolithic applications into microservice, what is the architecture. Now okay, we'll discuss okay, everything team. Got it team? Microservices are distributed, comma, loosely coupled, comma, software objects that carry out small number of well-defined tasks. Microservices are distributed, loosely coupled software objects that carry out small number of well-defined tasks. Small number of well-defined tasks. Another definition: microservices are small autonomous services. Autonomous means small services which are responsible for one kind of functionality, which are responsible for one kind of functionality or features. Please try to understand. Next one, microservices are, it is an methodology or architectural style. Services is an methodology or architectural style. Is an methodology or architectural style of building software application. Microservice is a methodology or architectural style of building software applications. It has provided it has provided guidelines, comma, design patterns and recommendations so that people adopt so that people adopt in building large scale complex business systems. Large scale complex business systems. Now see team. Now we'll see what is micro services team. See now here whole applications, if it is microservices, split whole applications into multiple features team. Whole applications into multiple features. See, microservices are decompose, decompose, decompose the large scale business systems into multiple smaller services. Decompose means divide the large scale business system into multiple smaller services. It has the below characteristics. One is loosely coupled. Another one is independent, independently deployable. That means for what? Losing coupled means I would explain. Every feature is a one of the service. Independent deployable means for what? Separate build and deploy. Every service will will have every service will build and deploy Build and deployable separately. Build and deployable separately. Every service build and deployable separately team. Separately. Loosely coupled means okay, every service has separate code base and own repository. Separate code base and own repository. All are the features of this micro services team. Now, highly scalable. Understood team? Highly scalable. The next one is what is highly scalable and all I will explain. Next one is highly scalable means it should be enabled automatically default. It should be enabled automatically default. Next one is resilient. Next one is resilient. Understood team? The last one is these are the we are using advantage of this microservice architecture, how the advantage, how it is works now, all the stuff we are going to see practically. Whatever spin left right, all we should take care of as a single deployable application. We need to split whole your monolithic application into microservice team. Understood team? Now, and last one is collaborative collaborative team grow services, you know, characteristics team. Now we'll start now okay, you may ask you have this one. Now here what happened, please concentrate. We are splitting whole product into different micro services. Yeah, whole product into different micro services team. So here we have a product, we have a catalog, we have a product, we have a catalog. We need to split. We need to split. Instead of whole, product catalog is one of the service, and shipping order is one of the future. I mean shopping cart. Sorry, shopping cart is one of the future. Next one, order history is one of the future. Next one, customer is one of the future. So we are splitting whole our application into different micro services team. Here what happened? It is a one separate WAR file. It is a one service. It is a one service. It is a one service. Intros are asking. Most of the intros are asking. How do you how do you split? How do you split monolithic services into microservices? There is two regions team. One is hope you know SRP, universality principle, single responsibility, single responsibility principle. What it does, a class should have only one future. A class should have only one future. There is only one reason to change that class. A class should have only one reason. He should modify the class only that reason only. Understood sir? That reason only. The next one very important, they will be using some feature is called bounded context team. All the features will be divided into what it will do based on the business function. It will use enter what this bounded context will do. Bounded context, it will be split. It will be splitting monolithic into microservices based on business functions. Monolithic into microservices based on the business functions team. Based on the business functionality. Based on the business functionality team. Okay, what is the business functionality? Now we'll do, now we'll see actual story will start now. Just try to understand. Here it is all the features. It is a product feature. Yeah team, now here see, it is a every feature is a one var file now, based on the bounded context, based on the business functionality, based on the business domain. It will be split your monolithic applications into microservices team. Now what happened here, how your application will scale. Now we'll see product and catalog. Now we'll see product catalog. How this product catalog, PC, 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 PCT. Now here we'll have balancer team, load balancer LB. Here your VM1, I mean your mission 1, mission 2, mission 3, mission 4 team. Your product catalog, product catalog, product catalog, here product catalog team. See, your load balancer will distribute the load to all this product catalog feature team. Understood team? It is a product catalog feature team. Please try to understand. Now what happened here? Now what happened here? Once it is a product catalog feature, then what we'll do? Then what we'll do? Okay, next one. So here your load balancer will take care to route the request. Load balancer will take care to route the request to multiple VMs. Load balancer will take care to handle multiple requests. Now here see, that means to run your product catalog, we may need four instances or VMs are required. Four instances are four VMs are required. Four VMs are required for product catalog. For product catalog. Understood team? Four instances or VMs are required for product catalog. If you go for order history, I don't require four. I may require only two. Here, it is a one load balancer team. See, using this microservice architecture, auto scaling would be more helpful. Okay, instead of scale whole your application, whatever feature you want, you can only scale that feature only. Are you clear, team? Okay, now here's C team. So, first advantage is whatever you want, you can do scale, do you can scale your services independently team. You can scale your services independently. Understood team? See how much advantage it is. You don't need to pay every time 64 CPU and 64 GB RAM. You need only based on the business functionality. We are splitting into multiple microservices team. Understood? Okay, okay, next one. What is next one? Okay, next one team. Highly scalable done. Means scale, scale the particular required feature, then whole application. Then whole application. Understand team? Okay, next one. What is meant by loosely coupled? Okay, next one team. See. Another principle in microservices means very, very important team. Please concentrate. I have a product service. I have a product DB. I have a order service. I have a order DB. Okay. Now, very, very important this one. Product service should talk to product DB. Order service will talk to order DB. Now, what happened, In earlier, your product service will talk to here. Will call to products DB. Will call to products DB. Products service will also called order DB. Earlier, not now. Please try to understand team. Now, a order service can call to product DB, but this new structure, right? One of the microservices, famous feature is called loose coupling, right? Now here, what happened? Instead of two should not communicate with each other. Should not communicate with. See here, please concentrate. Two services. Your product service should not call to order DB and order DB should not call to your product one. If you want to call from your order to product, you should call via services from the order, I am calling to which one? Product. Understood, team? Any questions, team, here? Okay, depends upon the requirement, team. Order DB here, from the order service call to rest client. Understood, team? Please resilient. Call to rest client. Call to rest client. Understood, team? Very, very important, team. In microservice, you should not communicate one database by multiple microservice. Every feature of the microservice, the corresponding, okay, you have to call corresponding database team. Please, it is one of the very, very important. If the interviewer asking, hey, how to split? Okay, next one, how to compare your monolithic versus micro services team. Understood, team? Are you able to follow here? So if the product service and order service, if order service is depending on product service, then users can easily product catalog in a case of, in a, okay, in case of what happened, see here, you need to write here a REST template code, how to call your product service team, right? How to write code, okay, I will explain. Write a REST client code to call the product service team, to call the product service team. So in microservice, every data, okay, every database, it's okay, it's sorry, every service, they should have its own database team, okay, its own database team. Now here see, first one team. Here, okay, advantage service, okay, advantages. What is first one? Split, okay, split monolithic into microservice based on the bounded context or SRP. First advantage team. The drawbacks also, okay, I will explain. Loose coupling and high cohesion. What is meant by this loose coupling and high cohesion means change in one service should not to break, should not break to, should, should not break to, should not break other services. A and B, all the related features in single service is called high cohesion. All the related features in single service is called high cohesion. I mean, that means product related information, update product, delete product, search product, get to products, put all, it is a high cohesion team. Change in one service, it should not break other service, that is, so no need regression testing, need to test other services, other services team. Then okay, next one, database, DB, database, okay, database team. Every database, okay, microservices, right? See, the recommended approach is split the database. Every microservice should have its own database. Every microservice should have, okay, its own, okay, database team. Okay, next one. What is the next one? See, if you want, if you want communicate, we can communicate other database or cross-cutting database via service, via service team. That means getting product details of orders. Okay, you should not call your order to product, your product to order. No, you should call via service team. You should call via this service to team. Okay, okay, next one team. Next one team. So okay, very, very important. Okay, next one, now we'll start after this, we'll start our team. Okay, next one, breaking change. What is breaking change? I would explain this later. If any changes will do services that should have backward compatibility. What is backward compatibility? I will explain to you. Uh, means every microservice should maintain versioning. Should, it is also called, that is API versioning. What is API versioning? we would discuss later. Oh, fourth one thing. So as you know this, okay, every service single single source code. What is the advantage of with this single source code means that means its own Git repo, its own Git repo, okay, its own okay Git repo project. Earlier all features are in one single. Now every service will have its own source code means every service will have its own Git repo. Its own Git repo so that build and okay deployment so that build and okay deployment okay it would be easy team so that build and okay deployment would be easy team build and okay deployment it would be easy team understood that is called build and okay deployment and okay deployment would be easy team see every microservice so its own have single source code project earlier if it is there right developers can develop the code develop the development parallelly earlier it was not like that earlier whole into one single application if one guy is okay, trying to change anything I should wait until that guy changes will be impact or not I should wait something issues here it's not like that every developer can develop their development parallelly without having any okay, issues team okay so each module can be developed and okay, independently okay, deployable each module can be scale see what are the advantages would be there every service single source code that is its own git repository okay advantage one a so many okay, advantage team so many okay advantages see each service can each service can build can build out of their own source code team so without having any dependency of others b can be independent in planning and release the modules without bothering about other modules or other features see each service can be scaled up independently independently of others d team even though if you got failures can be isolated due to independent deployable these are the advantages if you go with the micro services team these are the advantages we should go for micro services team understood team if anyone will ask you should go for it is a loose link coupling and high cohesion it is a loosely coupled independent deployable single database high scalable resilient application collaborative everything team understood team any questions team here so you have to okay, explain all these things team if anyone else will ask what are the advantages of your micro services point number one each microservice is relatively small shall you write team again okay I will write team again see advantages okay some more okay, elaborately team please people are asking team okay everyone is okay asking this famous okay interviews questions it is point number one each micro service is okay relatively small and has its own source code and okay, independent of its own source code comma independent of other services because of these what are the advantages would be there a developer can easily understand the source code of the okay, application they can source code of the application okay, easily team b what is the b monolithic means your eclipse ide okay, development also will be very slow to build and to build the application if it is microservices means ide will faster in developing the applications server okay, runtimes will quickly deploy deploy the microservices so that a can development team can quickly test their applications team. So many of advantages are there if you move to microservice architecture. Now, two team services can be deployed independently. It is called loosely coupled. It is called loosely coupled team. Independently, it is called loosely coupled team. Independently. Third one team, every developer, because of this parallel development is promoted. Next one team, testability, your application can be a testability of the application become a very easy team, very easy. Number five, independently scalable. Independently scalable team. Here we can achieve horizontal scaling team. Horizontal scaling. So you have to be more all this team, all
No, I have a question. Why
these the use
separate
cases
database is
are
needed?
very important.
Sir, one question.
Yes, yes,
Why different
yeah.
database is needed? Database as a service is not mandatory, right? Different
No, no,
microservice can
no,
have common database.
no. Here database means schema. Maybe database is only one. Order service schema is different. Product service schema is different. Why it should be okay, different means let's assume that my required order details, my product required order details. So if I ask you directly communicating to order, this product might be okay, updating some orders, deleting some orders without okay, aware of this order service. Now, what happened? Order service may have so many consumers. Consumer 1, consumer 2, and consumer 3. Consumer means client. Consumer 1, consumer 2, consumer 3. So if you are okay, if you will be allowing them directly to this database, this product may be some okay, updating some culprit the data, it would be an impact for all other services, other consumers, sir. That is the reason we should not allow them because it is a tightly coupled here. If any operations of these orders, you should via order service only so that your order service knows what are the things would happen. You should not communicate with okay cross-cutting DB. Cross-cutting means orders should not call to product, product should not call to order. Accounts information is only account DB. Sir, understood, sir?
Yes, sir. Understood. Thank you.
Yeah. So now see here, these are the advantages with this microservice architecture. The summary I have written starting team. Summary means loosely coupled. You can write in 10 points. What is the advantages of loosely coupled? Okay, independent, okay, deployable, high scalable, resilient, collaborative. Okay, I will explain what is a resilient and all. These are the advantages if you go with the microservice architecture team. Disadvantages also will be there that we will discuss later team. At this time, okay, you can't understand. The disadvantages also is there with the microservices. Those are not okay, disadvantages. Those are okay, depends upon your project okay, requirement. You should choose for microservice architecture or not. That we will discuss okay, at the end of the classes team. Now we'll start. So now we have seen what is the monolithic application when you should go for microservice. Now here see to develop any microservice. To develop any microservice, again I'm telling. Number one, developing the software solutions based on microservices. That we can do. Next one. Next one team important. Delivering the microservices to real world real world using tools stack. Now, why I am using this word means, please try to understand team. To build the application, to build and manage the microservices, not only required for only libraries, we need support of some tools to build the applications, to build the microservices, not only required, not only required for APIs, not only required for APIs or any programming language, APIs are any programming language. Okay, not only required APIs, uh, not only required APIs or programming language. Along with we need we need support for tools. We need support for tools to deploying the applications, comma, discover the applications, monitor your applications, managing and managing the microservices, deploying, okay, discovering and managing the microservices team. Okay, team. Very, very important team. What are these tools are required team? See, only developing is okay. Only developing is okay. To develop the microservices, we need to use to develop the microservices, we need to use some technologies. But there are some third party tools are required to enable deploy your application, monitor your application, managing the managing of your application stream. What are those tools are required, Java has provided. See now here how okay, how to develop the services, how to develop the services means, how to develop the micro services means, answer is I should use Spring REST. Using I should use Spring Boot. I can use Ting. Okay, using REST principles. But now my question is how to deliver the microservices. The developing is good. How to deliver? Okay, means in the market there are Netflix is one of the company. Netflix has early adopting this microservices team. So how to deliver the microservices? A. Okay, very very important. A. Netflix has early adopted microservices. Early adopted microservices architecture and implemented several tools that help us in managing, integrating, comma, managing, comma, deploying microservices. What are those? One is one is Eureka server. What is Eureka? Another one is vegan client. Other one is Strix team. Other one is ribbon team. Other one is Joule. All this, I would say all, even though all words are new for you, don't worry, I will explain team. All are Netflix has provided. I would say in one line statement, it is called service discovery. I will explain later. It is called declarative client API for inter-service communication or consuming for other APIs. Restricts, it is called circuit breaker for resilience. Circuit breaker for resilience. Ribbon. Ribbon means client side load balancer. Next one team. API gateway. Son team. Okay, who has invented all? Netflix. Apache also invented team, but these are not that much of popular than Netflix. What Apache has implemented? Console. Second one, Zookeeper. Zookeeper for distributed configuration. Third one, Camel. REST DSL. Fourth one, Bitkin. Okay, no problem. See, Apache also implemented all these things team. Now, always in our real time to discovering integration of these microservice services, most of the microservice services are they should use called Docker and Kubernetes for by adopting all these tools. What happened? By adopting all these tools, all these are third party tools team. All these are third party tools. Now see here, if you want to use your programming language and your tools are required team, both are required to develop the your microservice application. Again I am telling microservice application is equal to technologies like APIs, REST APIs. How you are using a REST API using Spring Boot or using JAX-RS, but using Spring Boot only here, plus third party tools. Third party tools. Okay, now here team, all these third party tools, it is very difficult to develop by the Java guys from the scratch. See, all these third party vendors are provided enough tools. Okay, now here what this, to use these tools we have to write a boilerplate of the code team. See, next point, even though even though even though third party vendors, even though netflix has provided enough tools in discovering and integrating microservices microservices and microservices, we need to write huge logic team. Please try to understand. Microservices, consuming of these tools, using of these tools, using of these tools is quite complex and has to write lot of boilerplate code, lot of boilerplate code. To overcome all these things, Spring Cloud has introduced the market. What the Spring Cloud is there? Spring Cloud is using all these tools. Spring Cloud is using all these tools team. Spring has adopted all these third-party popular tools into Spring framework as part of Spring microservices team. Understood team? So what this okay, what the Spring Cloud will do? Spring Cloud. Spring Cloud is equal to what the Spring Cloud will do team. Spring Cloud adopted all this integration of the tools using all the Netflix provided third party tools. Spring Cloud Spring Cloud uses all the Netflix third party tools to build Spring based microservices team. To build Spring based microservices team. Again, see here, means Spring Cloud internally using for what? Spring Cloud internally will be using what? This Netflix tools only. Spring Cloud internally will be using Netflix tools. What is this? Okay, Netflix tools. Okay, I will explain team. What this Spring is do? Spring has adopted this strategy of integrating all these third party tools. This this introduced a concept is called Spring Cloud. Okay, instead of developers are struggling using all these tools, Spring Cloud has written one wrapper project as a Spring Cloud. The Spring Cloud is internally integrated with all this third party tools team, so that developer can quickly develop the applications team. Developer can quickly build microservices using Spring Cloud, using Spring Cloud modules, using Spring Cloud modules team. So later point of time, what this Spring Cloud will do, now what this Spring Cloud will do, hey, starting initially, Spring Cloud uses all the Netflix team. Later, Spring framework or Spring team slowly slowly started writing, slowly started, developing their own third party tools, their own third party tools, rather depending on, rather depending on, depending on, third part, okay, Netflix and all, depending on Netflix team. Okay, what are these one, first one is, as part of Spring Cloud plus Spring microservices as provided. Spring Cloud plus Spring microservices as provided. Always latest is Spring microservices team is the latest now. Has provided, below set of tools. First tool is called Eureka server integration. I will show you practically. Second tool is called Spring Cloud config server and config client. Third tool is called Spring circuit breaker. Okay, this is called replacing your Netflix Strict team. Spring has provided its own tool. Fourth one is called Spring API gateway. Earlier it is called Joule. Replacing Joule, API gateway. Fifth one is called Spring load balancer. Replacing Ribbon. Replacing Ribbon. Ribbon is a load balancer. I would explain all. The sixth one is we are using as it is vegan client. Understood team? This is how to call now, how to implement all these tools team. How to implement all these tools. Now we'll start our application development team. Now we'll start our application development team. Hope you are clear now why these tools are called. Why these tools are called team to develop microservice application is not only for only coding. Number one, along with this coding, you have to know development. Plus, once you develop the application, who will deploy the application, who will manage the application, who will integrate the application, who will discover the application. All these are tools are required. Now, you should, once it is all done team, now you should require cloud infrastructure. It is called cloud team. Understood team? Now we'll see how to develop our Spring Cloud. So to develop our applications team, Spring Boot is the mandatory. To develop our application, Spring Boot is the mandatory team. Why Spring Boot is the mandatory means this entire auto configurations, all Spring Cloud is depending on auto configurations, embedded server, all the Spring Boot features we are using Spring Cloud. Along with the Spring Boot features, we are also using extra features is called this tools team. Let me see how to develop the your first application. Are you clear with the theory team? Team, if all clear, then we'll start our first application team. Hope you know why we should go for monolithic applications and microservices, why you should go for these tools, and everything team. Now we'll see. To develop Spring Boot, Spring Boot is used to develop the microservices and uses features like auto configuration, comma, embedded server team, auto configuration and embedded server used to developing the microservices and uses the Features like auto configurations team uses the features like auto configuration team. Now you may ask why we should go for this. Spring Boot means, see, so many other applications, see, so many Spring Boot features we would be using team to build and develop the applications team. Now Spring Cloud is used to provide the integration tools, like Spring Cloud config server, comma, Eureka server, comma, and so on, gateways and so on, everything. That is all the tools, all the required, third party tools. Tools will provide all the required third party tools provided team. All the required third party tools would be provided team here. Okay, team, are we good or any questions team? Okay, till now. Okay, now we'll see practically where to use, what to use, okay, how to use. Now we'll see, okay, practically team. Now we'll see practically team. Okay, team, now see what is the latest version of this, okay, Spring Cloud team. What is the latest version of Spring Cloud? If anyone will ask, hey, what is the version of this Spring Cloud, then we would tell, hey, this is the latest version of Spring Cloud team. How can we tell that, okay, latest version of Spring Cloud? See, first one team, I'm going to my, okay, Eclipse IDE. Every application we will develop from the scratch team. Every application will develop from the scratch. Now we'll see team. Now see team. File, new, others, not others. File, new, put Spring Starter project. I am using JDK 8. Please try to understand. Spring Cloud just to demo team. Spring Cloud just to demo. From.Strenotech. Now, over here, see, click on next team. By default, what you need, let us assume that by default you will get Spring Boot parent POM. Okay, I want to develop one simple application. Spring Cloud. Spring Cloud is required. Spring Cloud. Spring Cloud config. Spring Cloud Bootstrap. You may need web is required. Web, Spring Web, done. Click on next. Click on finish. The reason why I am telling, you will see. Observe your pom.xml first. Windows show view font. Now here what happened, see. Please try to understand. I am choosing here Spring Cloud Starter. Have you written anywhere this version team? No. From where this version will come, Spring Boot Starter Web? How this Spring Boot Starter Web version will come, team? From Spring Cloud Boot parent. Here we have a dependency is called Spring Boot dependency. Here you have a version is there. Starter webbook. Please try to understand. Here what version it is giving? 2.6.3. Based on this version only, it will bring all the required dependencies. It will bring MVC 5, Spring Web 5, Spring Boot Starter Tomcat. It will bring all the dependencies team. Similarly, Spring Cloud also there is a parent palm. We can't write in one palm.xml two parent palms. You can't declare. You can declare only one parent. You can declare only one parent. How to declare? How to declare? See here. If you how to add one more parent palm, there is a concept is called dependency management. See here. There is a concept is called dependency management. Type is equal to, it is also one of the palm. org.springframework.cloud. Spring.cloud hyphen dependencies. Please try to understand team. So if you want to develop your microservice, okay, Spring microservice applications, you need to add both Spring Boot dependencies as well as Spring Cloud dependencies, because without Spring Boot you cannot develop Spring Cloud applications. Understood team? So how to do it? Now we'll see practically. Okay, how to do it? Now we'll see practically. Your Spring Cloud version is okay depending on your Spring Boot latest version. Your Spring Cloud version is okay depending on your Spring Boot latest version. You can see here Spring Cloud version compatible with Spring Boot version. Spring Boot version is compatible with Spring version. Spring Boot version is compatible with Spring versions. See, it is supporting for distributed routing, service calls and all. See here, please. If you are using Spring Boot 1.x, the version is Dalston. If you are using Spring Boot 1.5.x, you can use Edgeware. If you are using Spring Boot 2.0.x, they will be using Finchley. If you are using this Greenwich, Hoxton. Now we are using which one team? 2.6x. You should use 2021 0x. Same version is available or not? See, your Spring tool shoot will bring automatically team. If you want to proof, let's see, I will reduce this version from 2.6.3 to some other version. File, new, others. Okay, Spring Boot project. Okay, click on one, just to one demo. Next, here it is web. Next, what is the version here? Not 2. I want to go for 2.5.9. Which version it should come? 2020 aka this version will come. See, next, finish. Demo 1 city. We want to open only palm.xml. See, 2.5.9. What is the version of this Spring Cloud team? Oh, I did not use cloud dependencies, that's why it won't come. Let me add again. File, new, Spring Boot starter. Next, cloud, cloud, cloud bootstrap. If it is Yahoo means Spring Boot Web, click on next and click on finish. See, please try to understand. That's why I told working with Spring Boot, Spring Cloud microservices means you should have knowledge on Spring Boot also. See, what is the Spring Cloud version? 2020.05. Now the version is 2.6.x. It is 2021.0x. Understood, team? Any questions, team? Sir, what is this name? See, all these names are London. In London country, some train names, team. The author guy, whoever is okay, writing the code, while that guy was traveling, in London. So all these are London train names: Dalston, Edgware, Finchley, Greenwich, Hawkshan, all. So based on your Spring Boot version, the Spring Cloud version also it would be there. Got it, team, everyone? Okay, now we'll see, team. Now we'll see how to develop our application. Now we'll see how to develop our application. Okay, first application we are going to develop, team. First application we are going to develop. See, now to develop a project, we need Spring Boot also required, we need Spring Cloud also is required. Spring Cloud, you cannot write two parent forms in one single form.xml. That's why we have added under dependency management dependencies. This is used to get the required all the dependencies. Sir, understood, sir? Any questions, please ask me. Any during our project development, I may need spring, I may need spring MVC, I may need spring data JPA, I may need my application development, I may need so many. But for my tools like integrating, my tools like deployment, my tools like monitoring, all the tools are required by who? Spring Cloud, team. Spring Cloud dependencies. Please check, team, any questions you can ask. Yeah, yeah, okay, team. Now here, see, with this knowledge we done this. This is called, team, this is called, see, BOM. BOM stands for bill of material. How many? See, all this Netflix, Ribbon, Joule, Hystrix, all will be coming from where? Spring Cloud. These are the third party tools. Understood, team? Now we'll see practically. First application we are going to see, team. What is first application? Spring Cloud config server. First, before we going to write, first we will write a problem statement. Why I should learn this? Next, we should go for how to implement problem statement. Next, we'll go for okay, how to implement it. Okay, without knowing okay, implementation, I don't think so. It is no use, team. Okay, what is the first okay problem statement, team? Can anyone explain, whoever is attended for Spring Boot? In Spring Boot, where is the configuration stream? Like your database details, like your server port, like your URIs, like your profiles. Generally, Spring Boot applications, where placed this configuration details stream? Can anyone explain?
Application.properties.
Yes, exactly, sir. So application dot properties file, application dot properties file, or application dot YAML file, application dot properties file or application dot YAML files are. Now we'll see. Let us assume that I have a four micro services. Service one or three services. Service one, service two, service three. Generally, my configurations are available where here. Service one, service two, service three. Okay, one, two, three. Now here we have a configuration. Inside of your microservice, you have a configuration here. We have a configuration here. Inside of this microservice, you have a some configuration means your application dot properties file. You have a configuration here. Inside this, you have a configurations here. As per our previous classes discussions, what is there inside of this configuration? What is there okay inside of this configurations? See, configurations would have what is there okay inside of this configuration? Number one, database URL, username, password. Number two, actuator endpoints. What we have okay discussed. Number three, actuator endpoints okay, enabled or okay, enabled or disabled. Number three, team. What is number three? Just try to understand. Number three is Redis server details, server URL, comma, Redis server port number. See how many are there? So many are there. Number 14, your server dot port. Number 5 team, our custom properties also would be there. So many are there team here. So now what happened? So your application is there. Okay. Application is working good. First, when we are working on microservice based application development, if we package the application, okay, inside of our application configuration, okay, inside of the application only our there. If we package the application configuration within the application by placing is as part of application.yaml file or okay, application.properties file. See now, very very important. What is the step one? If we when we are work on when we are working on microservices based application development, we should package the application configuration within the application by placing application.properties or YAML file. Step number two, let us will deploy the application into server. Third one, all are problem statements. If any changes are required in the configuration, If any changes are required in the configuration, here is started actual problem statement. If any changes are required in the configuration, then please we need to modify it. We need to modify it, comma, rebuild, comma, repackaging, repackaging of the repackaging of the application, and then deploy the application into server. Deploy the application into server. Deploy the application into server. Understood, team? Very, very important. So every time after a small issue, we need to build the application, deploy the application into your server. Suppose if we are running on okay, if you are running microservices applications, if you are running the microservices applications in containerized environment, that means like a Docker, then we need to build the image, how to build the image and all in a Docker team. Build the image, and deployed into deployed into server. Build the image and okay, deployed into artifacts are Docker Hub and so on. Fourth one, okay, fifth one thing. See, to do this every time, right? What happened, in 10 years back, if you ask any some says, can you change the properties file with dev environment or change anything, some properties file, we would ask, minimum for 4 days time. Why? We should tell, hey, we should deploy, we should modify the code and deploy, test the code and deploy the application into server, like that we should tell how much cost it will be. 4 days means approximately your client will spend approximately $120. See, seriously, okay, every day, okay, means okay, 8 hours, okay, 8 4 is okay, 32 hours. Your client, okay, it will be cost more cost, and also, so what happened here? Time delaying. Every time you should build and deploy the application. It may be a Redis cache change. It may be a okay, database. Okay, it may be a server port, whatever it. If any changes are required, we need to modify and okay, restart the again server. So much of stuff we should do. The question is, can we can we can we inject the configuration without without rebuild, restart the server, without rebuild, deploy the application, okay, without, can we inject the configurations into application? Can we inject the configurations into application? Can we inject the updated configuration into the application without rebuilding and okay, restart the server? Answer is yes. We need to externalize. We need to externalize. Externalize means in the bracket. Move move the configuration from outside. Yes, we need to externalize. Move the configurations from outside. We need to externalize. That means move the configurations from outside. We need to externalize means move the configurations from outside of application, outside of application. We need to externalize the configuration. That is move the application, move the outside of the application, move the outside of the application. We need to externalize the configuration. That is move configuration from outside of the application, outside of the application, outside of the application. Now, how to move? I will explain to you. The common configuration which is required across all the microservices. The common configuration which is required across all the microservices, that would be moved into where? One place. That would be moved into where? One place. You need to externalize the configurations. Externalize. Externalize the configuration. Externalize means what happened here? Service 1 properties, service 2 properties, service 3 dot, service 1 properties, service 2 properties, and service 3 properties. All configurations should be moved into where? Here. All configurations should be moved into where? Here. Understood, team? So if any changes are required, you need to apply your changes in where? Here. It will be reflected automatically into where? Your applications. See here, move your configuration. Don't keep any application related configuration. Configuration inside of the project. Move to external location. Move to external location. Move to external location. Move to external location. Understood, team? Move to external
So,
location.
sir, in older time, when there were any configuration changes, then you need to rebuild application every time.
Yeah, every time you should rebuild and again you should deploy,
Okay, okay, got
restart
it.
your application. You should do right. Now in this approach, what happened? You don't need to any okay, restart your application. You don't need to any modify your application. Just you will update into where? Your external file somewhere. Now how
Got
to
it.
say okay, how to read the properties file? Can anyone tell? Okay, how to read the properties file, team? Team, how to
At
read
the
the
rate
properties
property,
file?
at the
Yeah, at the
rate
rate value,
property.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now using at the rate value, you can read the data from the properties file from external. How to read the values from the okay, external. How to read the values from the okay, externality. Now is important. MS config server 01. So, I would say this external config is nothing but Git, team. I would say this external config is nothing but Git. Now here see, it is a Git repository. I would say it is also called external server. External configuration. Git repository. Git repository. It is external configuration. It is external configuration. What is there inside of this external configuration? application dot properties file. Please concentrate. How many microservices we have? We have three micro services. Application hyphen profile. Profile dot properties file. Application hyphen profile dot properties file. Okay, next one. This will be common for every micro service. Okay, next one. I have a microservice one dot properties. Please try to understand team. I will explain okay, everything. I have microservice hyphen dev. I don't want to write too many hyphen prod. I have here two. As of now, I have two micro services. If you want to add one more, you can add. It's not a problem. But please try to understand. In your client, 100 microservices are there. All the microservices configuration, all the microservices configuration is available here. Here, okay, instead of two, here other service is service 3 ctm. Here application name syntax team application name dot properties file application name hyphen profile dot properties file profile dot properties file. Okay team, now we'll see. Now here what we'll do, application dot properties file application hyphen dev dot properties file application hyphen prod dot properties file. Just try to understand team. Now I have these three are there. Okay, good. It is a one git repo team. Okay, inside of the git repo all this configuration is available. Inside of this git repo all the configuration is available team. Now we should go here. Here we have a config server. How to enable this config server I will explain to you. We have a config server. Can anyone explain how to connect to Git repo? Can anyone explain how to connect to Git repo team? Anyone explain how to connect to Git repo team? How to connect to Git repo team? How to connect to Git repo? Okay, interviewers are asking. Can anyone explain? No one team. Anyone is pinged here? No one. How to connect to Git repo? Oh God. In our
I know, I can
basic
tell you.
team.
Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah.
You can clone your project from Git
No, 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 no,
and
no. My question is
okay.
without cloning, first you should connect Git repo, right?
Yes.
How to do?
So Git repo and upstream, and you need to put the repository name.
No, no, no. So okay, okay
I
then.
think I'm not understanding your question.
No, no.
How to commit you're asking?
How to connect to Git repository from your local.
Git init.
Git init is all when that is in your local repo. Git init. See, you want to clone, you want to push, you want to put. Before all operations you want to do, first step what you will do?
Go to GitHub and create your repository.
Ah, okay. After that, come to your local. What you
Yes.
will do?
Git pull.
Local what you? Huh?
Local repository
Git
create.
You need to provide Git URL, username, and password to connect to Git repo, right?
configuration you are asking. Okay.
Yeah. My question is how to connect to Git repo. You have URL. Okay, GitHub URL. You have username. You have password. Please try to understand team. You have URL. You have username. You have password. How to do it? Now here see. So you are connecting into your Git repo by providing URL, username and password. Okay. What you want? You are asking application name as the input. Application name as the input. Application name as the input. When you give application name as the input, what happened? It will goes to here. If your application name is, let's assume that your application name is service 1. Then what happened, it will read service one properties file. By default, application.properties file will be loaded. Suppose, very, very important team, please, if you understand this, easy. Your input is application name is equal to service one, then output is service hyphen one dot properties file, and output is application dot properties file would be loaded for all the services. Use case 2, your input is application dot hyphen service one, your input is profile is equal to dev. What happened? Application service one hyphen properties file will be loaded. Service one hyphen dev properties file will be loaded. Application dot properties file would be loaded. Application hyphen dev dot properties file would be loaded. So if you give the information, config server has the responsibility to connect to your Git repo by providing Git repo URL, username and password. It will fetch the data from the your Git repo. It will get the data from the Git repo. Now it will read all the properties file from the Git repo. It will read all the properties files from the Git repo. It will give to whom? Your microservice. Microservice 1, microservice 2. Now what happened here? Here we have service 1. Here we have service 2. Understood? Now every microservice should call to what? Every microservice should call to what? This config server. This config server. Config server has the responsible. Config server has the responsible to get the, here you need to pass here application name hyphen profile. You need to pass here application name hyphen profile. Application name hyphen profile. Now what happened? So it will talk to based on your application name. If you pass the application name, what happened? Service one dot properties file will come, and service one hyphen dev dot properties file will come. Application dot properties file will come. Application hyphen dev dot properties file will come. Now what is this job is here? Server config. It will expose the REST API. It will expose the REST API. So it is an one of the REST API. Config server is a REST API. It will expose the endpoints to retrieve the configuration for the microservice. Understood, team? Now here, please. If you show one example, you will be able to know. This config server will expose your REST endpoint. Config server will expose the REST endpoint or REST endpoints or REST API to retrieve the configuration for the microservice. To retrieve the configuration for that microservice. Okay, team. Now we'll see practically how this configuration will be maintained here, how it will be read from here. Now we'll see practically, okay, everything, team. Now start. So I'm stopping all these applications, team. First, what should be ready? Our Git repo should be ready is first point. Our Git repo, it should be ready, team. What I will do, I will go to my Git repo, github.com. Team, you can use local or you can use like a remote, team. Okay, it's not a problem. Sino.learning, or I can use sino.sinotech, is not a problem. Sino.sinotech, the password here. First, I need to set up my Git repo team. How to get this Git repo? Yeah. Now let us see. I will create one small Git repo team. What is the Git repo? Project configuration for project, maybe e-commerce application. E-commerce application is the Git repo team. Let's assume that e-commerce application is the Git repo. Okay. Now it is a public repo. Create a repository. I did it. I don't have patience to clone, check out, check in, and all. I can do it. Okay, instead of that, I can do it from here also. I can do it from here also, team. How to create the files and all. Okay, anyhow, I'm setting my Git repo team. Very quick, I will do git hyphen repo, git hyphen repo, git dash, git bash. Now here, what will do? So go to in this location. I'm setting my git repo team. Cd d colon cd fib java examples git repo done. Clear. Now what I will do, team. So you can do whatever you want. I'm doing git init, add readme. It is a the first one, right? Git init, add readme. I'm using team. Just it is a simple one. Okay. PWD. It was like expecting to move to create in our local e-commerce application. New folder, e-commerce application. Go to here, cd e-commerce application, git init, git readme, git add readme,
Sir,
git
either create local readme or git pull. Just do git pull once. Just enter.
done, enter done.
Okay. So follow the third or fourth step there. Do alt tab. Uh, Go to there. Yeah, second last line. No, on the same git remote add origin. So you have not added or I mean remote
This one you
repository
are
created
asking?
before that.
No, no, I can create one readme file here. I can do it. Okay, it's not a problem. Go to here, new file. Simple it is. I can create. Why it is the file is
Yes.
new file. Yeah, no need text. Readme dot done. Now I can go ahead here, add readme. Okay, team I can do, okay, already okay, inbuilt team, but I don't want to. I want to do okay, everything from the scratch so that you guys can able to feel, git commit, how to push and all. I'm using just I'm check out this branch. All commands I'm using here. Done. how to push application, git remote, add origin, done. Now git push whatever file is there you have, git push. Those who don't know git, no problem. Same thing you can create in your local repo and you can also do it. Why it is giving error means permission means I could not log in into my git repo. First, okay, I should log in into my okay git repo team. Okay, you need to okay see here okay without login okay it won't come team. No problem. Even though it is logging is not working, no problem. I can create all my git repo in my local. In my local is this one, the properties
Uh,
file.
yes, but here there is another issue, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to do one thing. Manage Windows credentials. You go to Windows machine. I think
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
past
I
you,
know.
yeah, yeah.
No,
So
I know. I know. I don't want to make complex. I will
yes, sir.
do that also. Okay,
Because I
Windows
faced this
credentials.
issue for a long time. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you can do using okay. You can use a SSH also okay, instead of HTTPS. It would be easy. Okay, right. Okay, I will tell you, sir. Okay, not a problem. Now here, see, go to here, new properties. What we will do? Dot properties file. Service one dot properties file. Copy. Service one hyphen dev dot properties. Service one hyphen. We'll go lunch in 10 minutes team. Please have some patience. Now priority done. So now good. Now what we should do? Another file is called application dot properties file. Another file is called application hyphen dev dot properties file. Application hyphen dev dot properties file. Okay, understood team. Application dot properties file, application hyphen dev dot properties file, all are good. The next one team, all are good team. Now the next one. So it is our configuration properties file. Now I need to create one Spring Cloud. How to create my Spring Cloud config server? Team inside of this, you have the URL, username, and password. How to do? I will explain team. Inside of this properties file, you should have URL, username, and password, or whatever configuration is there. I would tell those configuration team. Now what we'll do? Git add dot wd git commit hyphen m added properties files. All added. All added team. Now good. Now you should add some entries. How to add entries? That I would explain to you. Next one is go to your file, new, others. File, new, others, not others. File, new, Spring Boot starter. It is a Spring Cloud config server. Let us assume that my configuration is done. Let us assume that my configuration is done. Now I need to use my, now I need to use, if my configuration is done, now I need to use called how to write config server. Spring Cloud config server team. Spring Cloud config server team. How to write this config and all? Now we'll see practically how to use Spring Cloud config server. Spring Cloud also is not required. Config server in real time. Generally, who is your client? Citibank. City-config server. Let's assume demo of Spring Cloud config server demo 1.0. Now, are good. Click on next. Here I need to use what? I need to use. I don't need all my. I need to use. No need web apps and all. Let's see. Let's see what we need. Spring Cloud boot is required first. Config server is required first. Dev tools are required. You can use it. Okay, instead of modifying okay every time. Spring Cloud config server, yeah. Spring Cloud config server. I am using team. Are you exposing any kind of points? No. The Spring Cloud config server will take care everything. Click on next. Each version you want to use, least version 2.5.9. Next, finished. Okay, it is a normal Spring Boot application. To enable this normal Spring Boot application as to enable this normal application as Spring Cloud config server, Spring Cloud config server. What you will do it here, you need to expose. You need to expose team. See here, I am writing Spring Cloud dependencies. This testing is not required. Dev tools is required. Spring Cloud config server team. So how to expose this normal as a Spring Cloud config server means you have to know annotation is called @enabled config server. Enabled config server. In Git repo team, in Git repo, now here you should do spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot git server dot git. If you want connect to if you want connect to your remote, you have to give URI username and password. But whereas here, see, if you want to provide the your remote GitHub URL, you should give server GitHub URI username password. I should give, but here I want to give my local URI. Here is my local here URI. You should give. See how whether it will take it or not. We'll see. I think you should take as a reverse. Let's see. Okay, we'll take. See, this is you don't need to write any code here. During your application startup, it will be connecting into your local GitHub or remote GitHub. It will be able to connect to your remote server. It will be able to connect to your remote server. Get the data. Get the data. You have to write only this application dot properties file. You have to write only application dot properties file team. Application dot properties file. This application dot properties file has the responsibility Application dot properties file has the responsibility to connect to your Git repo, connect to your Git repo, read the data and get the data. Read the data and get the data. Get the properties file team. Okay, now let's see what is happened. Now here see, if you are not specify, default port number is 8080. Default port number is 8080. Now what happened? Run as Java application. Okay, it may take some time team to build your application. 8080 is already used in our other places. Server dot port is equal 8081. Spring Boot. During your application startup only, good team. Your application got started now. Okay, application got started now. Now we'll see. Let us assume that how to access your application. Let us assume that I want to access this application. Go to here, server1.properties file. Server1.properties file. You can write here db username, db url, db url is equal to the properties file, right? URL is equal to http localhost colon slash test username Srinu, password 233. Just assume that. Add, commit, done. What happened? I will start my application. Spring Boot application. I will start team. How to access this application? 8081. You have to access team http colon localhost colon 8081 slash 8081 slash service one dot properties file. We'll see. Excellent error. What is error? Cannot clone or check out a repository. It is not taking as a this path team. It should be take as wherever it is there. Either you should give replace. That's all. So if any replace happen, automatically restart because the dev tools are there. No such file label is master. Spring Cloud config server enabled. Sorry, it is taking default as a main, because if you see here which branch it is, which branch it is, branches, git branch. It is a main branch. I should inform to my, you know, I should inform to my Spring Cloud. please take as a, please take as a, please don't consider as a main. Okay, I should inform to my Spring Cloud, please take label as a main, not master team. By default your Spring Cloud, by default, okay, git repo is, by default, okay, git repo was master team. That's why it was trying to read master. I am informing that Spring Cloud config server git default label is main team. Go to here, start it. See, you got these details. Now our interesting is, what is interesting one? Our interesting, our goal is next one. How to read the values from here, how to read the values from here without restarting my microservices, without rebuild my microservices. I will modify the configuration in git repo, how to reflecting into your microservices. Now we'll see practical team. One, Spring Cloud config server. Spring Cloud config server. Okay. Okay, team. Now we are good. Why null pointer exceptions and all, 1 second. Okay. Now let's see team. Spring Cloud config server. In your real time, what happened? Build path, configure build path. PDK 8. This unit test cases issues team. You have deleted, right? All these unit test cases is no need. Yeah. See team. Now currently I am referring from local team. Currently I am referring from local. See, I can give my GitHub team. Okay, issue got okay, resolved. I can give my okay, GitHub also team. Let me give. First, I will test it from here. How to enable your config server team. How to enable this config server. Run as Java application, Spring Boot application. Okay, team. It is good. Now my okay, application got started, team. Earlier, we used to connect from local team, local Git rep. Now I moved all the properties files into my Git repo. Now I should connect, you know, my Spring Cloud config server to Git repo team. How to connect Spring Cloud config server to Git repo? How to connect Spring Cloud config server to Git repo? Now here city. So you have to use, okay, you have to use team application dot Spring Cloud config server git URI dot git dot username. What is my username? Srinu Learning. You want to see what is my username? Srinu Learning Team. Here your username would be there. But how to give password? Spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot git dot password team. What is the password here? Just assume that. Now, now I am connecting. I am not doing my local team. If you want, I can delete this local itself. I am not doing local. It is not connecting into my local now. If you see, it is connecting to a remote repository team. Go to here, refresh, all are okay. Now here, done team. See, dev. If I give some prod, it should read from the prod team. Okay, done. Now, interesting application is how to call my microservices team. How to call the microservice. I am creating one microservice. How to call this microservice now? Very very important. Please concentrate. How to call this microservice team? Okay, team. Now here see. Now I am creating one simple REST API. I am creating one simple REST API. How to read the DB URL username and password. How to read the DB URL username and password. I should know team. How to URL. How to DB username and password. Okay, I should know team. Now please concentrate here team. Earlier I have used that Spring Cloud config server here. Now, very, very important. See my document to connect to the Spring Cloud config server. Here it is exposing a REST endpoint, right? It is a endpoint, right? Where that endpoint you should write means here. Here you will write that REST endpoint. How to write? Now here see. Practically we are going to see that one. Second example, file new others. Others, not others. File new Spring Boot starter. Now city-config server. Instead of that, I should go for it is an example to city only service one team. Service one. It is service one. Example two hyphen service one it is. Service one it is. Okay. Now JDK8 I am using. Now here see Microsoft Service one team. DevTools is common. DevTools are common. Spring Cloud Bootstrap is common. Now, here, Spring Cloud, don't use this config server instead of config. Now, here earlier you are using config server, Spring Cloud config server. Now, I should use Spring Cloud config client team. Spring Cloud config client. This config client is used to This config client is used to connect to Spring Cloud config server, to connect to Spring Cloud config server team. I am using config client. Since it is a web application, I am adding Spring Boot starter web. Click on next, finish. Click on next, finish team. Go your pom.xml. You have starter web is there to develop the application. You have Spring Cloud Starter to bootstrap your application. Spring Cloud Starter config. It is a, you can write in comments in our XML also. Okay, it is a Spring Cloud config client. It is a Spring Cloud config client. Spring Cloud config client team. Okay, team. Now, next what we'll do. See how to write one simple REST API team. I don't want write complex one. Class com.stenotech. Just assume that user service user controller. Okay, what I should do here, at the rate rest controller, at the rate rest controller, at the rate get mapping public string, public string details are get user details. Here what you will do, now here you should go for at the rate value, at the rate value dollar. Okay, private string db url, private string db username, private string password team. Go to here, db url is this. Okay, and where is the db username, db username, db password, password team. Okay, now get user details, return, return database details are, database details are db url, db url plus, just I am giving the username plus password. That's it. Username db urls are, that's it. Oh, see how it happens. Just if you access one at the rate get mapping slash users. That's it. What is your application port number T? Application port number server dot port, server dot port 090. But one interesting, see, if you want during your application startup, if you want load any configuration, you need to add that configuration inside of bootstrap.properties file. Bootstrap.properties file, it is used to initialize, to bootstrap during your application startup. If you want any properties files are required, you should use this. Okay, you should use this Spring Cloud, bootstrap dot properties file team. What we should use here, Spring dot application dot name. What is my name? Service hyphen one is my application name. Next one, Spring dot cloud dot config dot URI. What is the URI? URI. What is your micros? What is your Spring Cloud config server URI? What is your Spring Cloud config server URI? Spring Cloud config server URI. Spring Cloud config server URI. See, whenever this statement it will be executed, what happened, during your application startup, it will be appended. How it will be appended? It will be appended HTTP colon localhost during your application startup. You, it is I'm giving here because the comments and properties file like this. Your URI slash that is wherever your URI is there. URI slash application name. URI slash application name. This URI. So it will frame this URI. It will connect to your Git repo. It will it will call to your config server. Config server will call to your Git repo. Service one default properties. What are there with the default properties? You can go. Not any profile. It will read all the properties. DB URL username and password team. I will save side. I will add one more stuff. Rate value. How it will read the values from the properties file also. Not only for application dot not only for application. How this application hyphen properties file. Yeah, here also we have. If you are not pass anything, default will come. If you pass anything, okay. If you pass anything, that value will come. That's fine, no problem. Okay. Now we'll go to here. No need here. No need here. Now here see all good team. Let's start now. So now here, if you give your application name, this application name related data will be coming and okay, displaying. If you are not passing any application name, default application data properties file would be loaded team. All good. Now we'll see. Run as Spring Boot. Why? Config data missing. Application started file during an exception. Spring Boot dev tools class loader restart the class. 1 second. 1 second. Run as Java application. Understood team? What is your goal? Why it is asking goal and all? Run as MVN install team. If you give run as MVN install, it should work. Now I am going to start my Spring Boot application. Build path, configure build path. It should be referred to JDK 8. Now go to here. No Spring import has been defined. No Spring import has been defined team. One second. No Spring Bean import has been defined. Why it is coming? Application startup got failure. No Spring. It is expecting environment for what? Spring Cloud upgrade generates a testing error. One second. Spring Cloud config enabled is equal to false, which is a problem with after upgrading to Spring Cloud. This Spring Cloud, or we need to add this dependency during bootstrap. This one is loaded, right? During bootstrap, okay, this one is okay, loaded, right? To load this, we need to add bootstrap okay, dependency, not the startup dependencies. Bootstrap okay, dependencies. How it should work, team. See now, run as mbin install team. Okay, team. Now here see now okay how to read the okay, properties file. So now here I am using this during your okay, application startup. It will connect to your Spring Cloud configs server. Spring Cloud configs server will connect to your okay, external server. Okay, that is called here okay git repo. Okay, team. Now I got all the values from the git repo. How to read all the values from the git repo? Username, okay, db url, username and okay, db url, okay, username and password team. Okay, that's fine, good. Okay, next one is what is next one? Now, if I am trying to access here, I got the all the okay, details team. Now, I want to load the okay, environment based properties file. What I will do? I will go here, run as configuration, environment, new or edit, give as a prod. It will load. It will load as a production. Okay. Now here CT. So it is already a running team. I will stop this one. 90 service one. I am stopping. Okay, this time right. I am loading production and okay, environment based properties file. Run as run as Spring Boot app configuration. Okay, environment prod run team. Okay, team. Now you will see 9090. What I will go here slash users. I got production. So we are able to read the properties file. we are able to read the properties file. Now here same question is our REST API microservice is able to call Spring Cloud config server. Config server is able to call external config. External configuration, get the data from the external config team. All are good now. The next one is very important thing. Suppose I'm changing some properties. How you are changing in local team? I will change my configuration team. Here is your Git repo examples. Here your Git repo. Suppose in production property always will be confidential. I am adding confidential team. Let's assume that. Whenever you will modify here without restart your server, okay, it should be a reflected team. Git add, git commit, git push team. Git add, git commit, git push team. Git add, git commit, git push team. Now go to here, but unfortunately if you see, did you get it? I did some new value here. Did you get it or not here?
No, sir.
No, right? Okay, everyone.
Yeah.
Sir, no, right?
No, no,
Sir,
Sir,
no,
please.
sir.
can you please repeat
Sir, if
once?
you are okay, respond. Yeah, yeah, okay, sure. Now here, see. See, it is my, now I can explain like this. Okay, I don't want to commit from my local. It is my external configuration in production. I am okay editing from here. I am changing my username and password value. So because my production password would be changed for every 3 months, every 6 months. Okay. Now I did commit and change. Done. Okay. As per our config server use case, we are okay externalize the configuration outside without restarting your microservices. These changes should be reflected. Without restarting this microservice, these changes should be reflected. But my services are running, up and running. Spring Cloud config server is up and running. Microservice one is up and running. Go to here where you are testing here. Now, is it okay reflected or not? Is it okay reflected or not? Verify your use new values are Srinu hyphen prod hyphen confidential. New values are hyphen prod hyphen confidential. Is it okay reflected here or not?
No,
Please
sir.
okay respond team.
No, sir.
Okay reflected? No, right? No, right? Okay everyone.
Yes.
No, sir.
Yes, right now. Yeah. The problem is so okay without okay restart. Okay without restart. How it will be happened? In our code, right? You have to write two things, team, in our code. Please okay, remember. At the rate refresh scope is the one annotation. At the rate refresh scope. At the rate refresh scope annotation is used whenever at the rate okay refresh scope is used. At the rate refresh scope is used whenever if any changes would be happened at the rate refresh scope. Wherever you are reading the properties file, There you should use @refresh scope. @refresh scope is used to reflect. It will change automatically. @refresh scope is used whenever, okay, whenever any event would be occurred, whenever any new change will be happened. @refresh scope, what it will do, it will always try to get the latest value. @refresh scope annotation. Refresh scope, it is used whenever there is a change, whenever there is a change in the configuration, it will automatically refresh the configuration. It will automatically refresh the configuration. Automatically refresh the configuration. See, see team. Now it is got it or not?
Yes, yes.
Team, did you get it or not? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So yeah. So okay, if you want to implement, okay, in your microservice, if you are reading the configurations from the Spring Cloud config server, your microservice should be declared as and refresh scope, so that see you can do again one more change here. See, it is my Git repo. Okay, what I will do, edit, edit. I am removing all confidential, everything I am removing, everything I am removing. Go here, commit changes, see, whenever do this, because of a refresh scope, whenever there is a change in the configuration, it automatically refresh the configuration. See, commit, go to here, refresh, refresh here. Is if it is production only, right? What happened? One second, team. So we need to use one actuator of endpoint, team. Let me add actuator endpoint. Why it is actuator of endpoint? Okay, I will explain, team. Why it is actuator of endpoint? I will explain. Actuator, Spring Boot actuator, team. It will restart again. Spring Boot actuator, it will be a restart again. There is a, see, whenever, one second, team. It is okay, restarted, okay, it came, team. I am not okay, expecting like this without restarting how it works. Now here see, very important. You you have to know small thing, team. Refresh scope on this class, which is holding the properties through the value usage. See, there is a actuator URI refresh. Okay, HTTP colon localhost 9090 slash actuator slash refresh and refresh, okay, to point, refresh, okay, to point, team. It is used to refresh the consumer, refresh the consumer to load the latest changes from the Spring config server. This annotation is used. This okay, endpoint is used. Okay, actuator endpoint to refresh the consumer to load the latest changes from the config server. Latest changes from the config server. Understood, team? So once you
So,
got
so you,
refresh,
sir, one question. You need both at the rate refresh
yeah,
scope annotation as well as you need to call this API.
yes. Okay, I will explain why. This is used to refresh the consumer. Consumer means our service one. Instead of you are refreshing your microservice, this endpoint is okay, refreshing your microservice to load the latest changes from Spring config server. Once it is loaded, the updated values will be held by this refresh scope. Updated values would be loaded this okay, refresh scope. Refresh scope annotation is used to holding the properties through the at the rate value annotation. At the rate value annotation. So let us see. Hey, in Spring Boot, I have explained team how to expose your endpoint. In Spring Boot, I have explained how to expose your endpoint team. You have two things enabled and expose team. Let's see. This refresh scope is default enabled. It should be okay. If not enabled, we have to enable this. How to enable? Okay, I will explain team. It is a get one or post one. It is a post one team. It is not a get one. You can see what is the actuator refresh. See, it is a post method sim. It is not a get method. It is a post one. It is not a get one. It is a post one. You need to add management dot endpoint dot web explorer dot include is equal to star means you are I will show you it should not work, then I will come team. It is not a get one, it is a post one. You are refreshing 404 URI is not found. I am removing actuator 404 URI is not found. What is our microservice URI? 9090 slash refresh endpoint URI slash refresh actuator slash refresh. Go to Spring documentation, centralized configuration. You have to give slash refresh ct at the rate refresh scope, then triggering the refresh event. It will internally it will trigger the event. That's all okay. What is my endpoint? Slash refresh slash actuator. Is a post to the clients to refresh endpoints. My port number is 9090. 404 URI not found. Now I would add in my properties file management dot endpoint. What is that URL? Management dot endpoint dot web dot exposure is equal to star. Whenever you change anything due to Spring Boot dev tools, it will recompile and load automatically. Go to here, run here. Why it is happening? Body, nothing is there. Actuator, publish, exposure, enabled and exposure. Okay, include is equal to star. One second. It should work, team. Nothing to surprise here. Enabled actuator. Either you can give in bootstrap.properties file. Let me add this in our during our application startup. How it works, I will add team. I will move from here to bootstrap.application.properties file. Management dot endpoints dot web dot exposure dot include is equal to true. That's correct. Or you can give include is equal to refresh also. It's not a problem. Refresh you can give. Refresh you can give. Go to here. Actuator and refresh. Post JSON. What happened here? HTTP colon localhost. It should work, team. It should work. Refresh endpoints can be enabled all or no's. Refresh actuator. Content type is application slash JSON. I give same here. Content type application slash JSON. If you go for your header, why header is not happening application slash JSON? It is a host HTTP URL. Content type application slash JSON. Body all good. Draw 404 actuator slash refresh. How to fix this issue means, let us will start how many endpoints we have, star endpoints, how this info endpoint is working or not. First we need to start from the info. We need to start from the info. If info endpoint is working, it should also work. HTTP colon localhost 90/info. Info is not working. You need to add slash actuator slash info. Slash actuator slash info. Why it is not working? Go to your application. Management dot endpoints dot web dot exposure dot include info. Exposure dot include health. exposure dot include refresh. It is not happening. Here we have actuator in jars, right? Actuator, you have actuator, everything is there. Go to here, actuator info, actuator 404 error, means actuator is not working. One second. No need for this context path. Include all arrow include. Let's see. Slash refresh and actuator endpoints is giving 404. Is not working. Team, all are helpful to you also. Actuator we have added. Everything is good. Slash actuator spring 2 and greater. You need to have management endpoint web exposure can include refresh set in the. We have set this in either bootstrap dot or YAML file. Nothing is wrong here. We did it already. If you want again, we'll do it. Then after that, refresh scope. Refresh scope also is there, and refresh scope and listen for the application event. Management dot endpoint all good. Slash actuator slash refresh. HTTP colon localhost. No messages are available. It is a post one. It is not a get. Body raw. Raw or form data or raw only. How come it was working earlier very clear without having any issues? One second, team. Mhm. Okay, team. Let me check again. Not a problem. I will check, team. Okay, in some time. Okay, I will check why it is not working. Because if you give right, okay, whenever you will give, you have to okay refresh this okay actuator. If you can refresh right, it will refresh automatically. Is our Spring Cloud config server is up? How to check, team? Spring Cloud config server, it is up and running.
Health. Health one we have
Everything
to.
is okay here. Yeah. Madam, sorry.
Health endpoint we need to check for the
Yeah,
status
let
of the
me,
application.
yeah, check that also. It also is not working. Maybe let me check my application. Go to my actuator. Here is the actuator here. Spring Boot actuator. It's fine. How to configure your properties file? Bootstrap. Let me enable both. Let me enable both endpoints. Management dot endpoints dot web dot exposure is equal to refresh. Let me restart team once my application. Service 1. I'm stopping now. Nothing is new team here. Correct only. Run as MVN installed. Let's see team which version of we are using this 2.5.9. Not a problem. Now let's see. Run as Spring Boot app. First, why these endpoints are not working? Actuator endpoints it should work info 9090 actuator info actuator info is not working. If we fix that, we can fix other setting. Metrics endpoints is not working. Actuator metrics management dot okay endpoints dot metrics enabled is equal to true. We will enable all our star. We will enable all our star okay, instead of one by one. Management dot copy from here. Management dot metrics dot endpoint is equal to true team. All endpoints I am make it as a star. Here info metrics dot enabled is equal to true. Okay. Okay. Let me I will add this also. I will add refresh also is equal to true. Now management dot metrics team here. Exposure dot metrics. What happened here? Now go to here. Are we able to access this metrics or not? Actuator dot metrics. Yeah, I got this metrics. What I understood now, you need to enable info also. Info 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 enabled is equal to true. We need to enable look info also. Here I'm not. We will do info here. It should come team. Yeah, it is working. So we need to enable as well as we should expose. By default, it will be enabled team. That's why I am not okay provided. By default, it will be true only. Go for health enabled as well as okay, exclude team. Health. You have health here. Management dot endpoint dot health dot okay, enabled is equal to true here. expose is equal to true team. Actuator dot health. Actuator dot health. In this case, now let's see. Okay, now actuator dot okay, refresh team. It is a post one body raw application slash JSON 404. Same response resource not found. Okay, I will fix it team only for okay, refreshing, right? Okay, I will fix it. Okay, no problem. So okay, without okay, refreshing, how to now presently we are seeing team how to read the configuration details from external from okay, git repo team. Next use case team. What is the next use case in your real time? This I will okay, explain team. Okay, I don't want to waste our time in our real time. Now here what happened, 99% in our real time. You should not store this data. Let us assume that you have a password. You should not store this data in plain text format. Please go to mute. Please go to mute team. See, okay, in your real time, you should not store this data as a plain text team. You should not store this okay, data as a plain text. Now, how to encrypt the data? So, most of the see in so now here in configuration configuration it is not recommended okay, in configuration file not recommended to keep plain text data to keep plain okay, text data. If you want add this, now here you have to encrypt, we have to encrypt the data, we have to encrypt the data wherever it is required. You should okay, decrypt the data wherever it is required. You should okay, decrypt that data. Now here team, very very important team. First one, spring cloud config server. Spring cloud config server, it is my git repo. It is my okay, external configuration. It is git repo, it is external configuration. Here we have the concept is called properties is equal to, you need to give here is a plain text. Let's assume that the plain text is password 123. Now okay, instead of plain text what we will do, it is a password here. Instead of password what will do, password is equal to colon cipher cipher. Now some encrypted value. How to do this okay, encryption? To do the okay, encryption here again okay, actuator is okay, required to team. To do the okay, encryption here again here okay, actuator is okay, required team. How to do the okay, encryption is very very okay, important team. How to do the encryption is okay, very very okay, okay, important team. Okay, I will explain that one. Now please concentrate. You need to apply the okay, encryption here, store into git repo. Now here we have a config, Spring Cloud config server. Here we have a micro Spring Cloud config server. Here we have a microservice team. Here it is microservice. Here it is Spring Cloud config server. Spring Cloud config server team. Now what happened? Whenever you got here, it will go to here. Now it will go to here team. How to apply this encryption? Okay, I will explain team. We need some key is required. Using that key we are applying encryption. Using that key we are applying that encryption team. So now whenever you are trying to read, you got the encryption value. Either you should decrypt it here or case 1. Case 1 team. How to encrypt? I will explain. Decrypt here, decrypt here and send plain text to microservice. Decrypt here, send plain text to microservice. Now second, send encrypted value as it is, to microservice. Okay team, now please try to understand team. Okay team, how to do it here, okay, encryption and all. Okay, let me explain team. So a here, if we'll get plain text, then use it. B, if we will get encrypted text, then decrypt. Decrypt here, decrypt here means at a microservice level. Okay, decrypt here microservice level and use the and get the plain text team and get the plain text. Okay, how to use this use case team, please try to understand. How to use this use case, please try to understand team. Okay, next example, I am creating one Spring Cloud config server using Spring Boot. I should use here, actuators also here, but only thing is I am using here both. Okay, encryption, how to do encryption properties I am using here. How to do encryption properties, okay, I should use team here, Spring Cloud config server. Next, I should use here 03 hyphen encrypted Spring Cloud city config server team. Click on next. Click on next. Now here I should add config server. I should add only config server team. It is config server. Okay team. Now next one team. What is the next one here? I should add my actuators. Spring Boot actuators. The next one team. No need web and all. Okay, it's not required. For safe side, you may use, okay, dev tools are required. Spring Boot, okay, dev tools are already available here. Click on next team. Click on finish team. Third one, how to connect to your Git repo @enabled config server @enabled config server team. Here code is done team. Here application.properties file I should write here. Third step, application.properties file I should use. What I should use this application.properties file is important. Whatever here GitHub username and password, same team. Whatever GitHub username and password, same copy here. You should copy, go to here. I'm using team because, okay, nothing is new here. Connecting into GitHub URL username and password. Connecting into GitHub URL username and password team. Now good. Here I am giving 9090. What is here port number team? Okay, I am giving here 9091 team. Okay, now here see how to apply the encryption team. Now you can write, you can do one bootstrap.properties file. Go to here. You have to add one key team. You have to add one key here. Forget about all this stuff. Add one key encrypt. Add one key encrypt. See, encrypt dot key. Key is equal to my encrypt or whatever it, my encryption key. Any key you can give team. My encryption key. Please try to understand. My encryption key. Either you can keep it here or you can keep it bootstrap.properties file. No problem team. Now, see, there is a actuator of endpoint is called. There is a actuator of endpoint is called. So, actuator of endpoint is called slash encryption team. Slash encryption. What this slash encryption will do? It will perform encryption. It will perform encryption team. Let's see how it will do. It is not a get one team. It is a post one. Go to here. Okay, I need bootstrap dot. Okay, it is able to connect to your git rep also is okay. Application also is okay. All are good team. Now here at the rate enabled config server. Okay, everything is okay. Now start this application. Start this application. Okay team. Now we'll see. It is started team. Now what I will do here clearly is happening. Base path is equal to work actuator team. Let's see. Now what I will do team. Go to here. HTTP colon localhost colon 9091 slash 9091 slash team. If you give 9091 slash, then what happened team? You have to be, there is a URL is called encrypt slash encrypt team slash encrypt slash encrypt body plain text. You will give what is your password team. Go for your application. In your password is this one in production. Let's see. 200 team. Here is your response. Why here is the response? Console here. 200. See, you got the response here. Response body. This is your encryption value team. Copy. This is your encryption value team. Please try to understand. Encryption value it is. Encryption value team. Understood? Set the encryption of enabled property is equal to false. In Bootstrap, Spring Cloud config server of encrypt enabled is equal to false team. By default, see, okay, I will explain in Bootstrap. Now here what we will do. See, you got the encryption value team. Hope you are good team. Okay, instead of real value, now you are doing encryption of this value. Here structure is like this. Why can't I see my whole body here? Yeah, see team. Now you got encryption value here. I'm going into my git repo. Okay, editing team. Edit the file. Instead of real password. Okay, instead of real password here. E-commerce application. Why it is not is equal to here? We'll do is equal to t. Instead of real one here, we'll take this one t. But how your Spring Cloud knows? How your Spring Cloud knows it is a encryption value means before you should add cipher team. Before you should add cipher team. All are good team. Now here see. Done. Done team. Now let's see. So now instead of a plain text file in production, I have added the encryption value. Okay, instead of plain text in production, I have added the encryption value here. If you add this encryption value, now what will do? Go to your microservice team. Please try to understand. Now, okay, you will access your application. Okay, how to access your application now? See, okay, it is started. Okay, it is started. Okay, now how to read? HTTP colon localhost colon 9091 slash slash. So, okay, how to access slash your application dot properties file slash prod dot properties file. Okay, no such label. It is okay, expected only. I should add default one as main one. I should give default, take it as main one team. That's it. In cloud, git default label is equal to main. It should take. See, now I got it. It is able to decrypt it here. Why it is able to decrypt here? I need to inform my bootstrap here. Hello, config server. Don't decrypt anything here. By default, the property is true here. What property? Spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot encrypt dot enabled is equal to false t. By default, it is true. Now I am informing that please don't do any encryption. By default, it is true means it will be apply for the decryption also. Now I am informing that please don't do any encryption here. Now we'll see. Spring dot cloud dot config dot 1 second. Spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot encrypted enabled is equal. Here you are giving false t. Reason is whenever you modified right is, yeah, now here C team. Now C team, because you gave here spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot encrypt dot enabled is equal to false t. Enabled is equal to false. Whenever you are doing this changes team, you are see here your spring cloud, it is not going to decrypt as it is sending to whom? Your microservice team. Now what your microservice will do? Remember, whenever you are applying your encryption, it will use internally this key team. It will use internally this key. Wherever you want to decrypt, you should use this key. It is called in symmetric encryption. If you apply okay, encryption with one key, you should decrypt with the same key. It is called symmetric encryption. So I don't want to decrypt at my config server level. That's why here I made as a false. If you give as a true, team, see, if you give as a true, now what happened? By default it is true only. By default it is true only. Go to here, see, you got this value. See, if you, okay, if you don't want, okay, decrypt at config server level, you need to provide. If you want to decrypt here, you should don't configure anything. If you don't want, okay, do, okay, decrypt it here, you have to give Spring Cloud config server. Spring Cloud config server enabled is equal false. Spring Cloud config server, okay, enabled is equal false. Whenever you will do this, okay, what happened, instead of doing here, now, okay, it will do it here, team. Now we'll see. Now I need to write one microservice here, how to read the encryption properties from the configuration file. File, new, Spring Boot starter, how to do, okay, encrypted service 1. Okay, team, it is a 4. Click on next. Here I need to use web because actuator is required, bootstrap is required, dev tools are required, config client is required, and web is required. These are the required, team. Let's see. Now here, see, team, you have to required. Let's see. Now here, what we should do here. Here, default to team, you need two properties files are required. Bootstrap.okay properties file is used to during your application startup to connect to your config server. During your application startup, team, to connect to your config server. What are the, to connect to your config server, what are the, you know what are the changes are required, all you are going to give your bootstrap.okay properties file, team. I am closing all of others, team. Please, how to read the, okay, encrypted values from the, how to read the encrypted values from the, how to read the encrypted values. Why it is error? Spring Boot you have a actuator, Spring Boot we have web, okay, everything is there, team. Management dot, what is the problem? Duplicate property management endpoint include, star. Management dot endpoint, okay, here we can enable all our star, team. Not a problem, good. Now here, see how it works. Now we'll see. Yeah, now I need to write one simple, okay, REST API. I don't need, okay, API team. I'm copying this, whatever I have, okay, already, okay, written, I'm keeping here. I don't need to my time waste here. Only thing is how to read the this property in file, team. Now we'll see, all are good, everything is good, but what I missed team here. Wherever you are, wherever you are applying a encryption, you need to use a encrypt key team. Encrypt dot key. This key, whatever key is available here while applying your encryption, with the same key you should keep team. Same key you should keep. So that now we'll see. Now we'll see team. So that you can decrypt it. So that you can decrypt it. But okay, understood team. So that you should decrypt it here. I'm closing everything again. I'm open this one. I'm able to connect to my config server. What is my properties file? Service.1 is my properties file. Which environment? Prod environment team. What is here? 9092. All are good now. Now we'll see. So how to read the properties? Decrypted properties file here because of this key team. Encrypt dot key is equal to my encryption key. That's it. Now here, see here, either you will do a decryption here or you will do a decryption here. Wherever you want to decrypt, wherever you want to decrypt, use the encrypted key name. Use the encrypted key. Use the encrypted key name T. Understood? If you don't want decrypted means use spring.cloud.config dot server dot encrypt dot enabled is equal to false team. Now let's see. I am start this application, run as mvn installed, run as mvn installed. Looks like it has not started team. What is the reason? Unit test cases team. Okay, now run as mvn install again. Why again it is unit test cases? I deleted, right? One second team. Which one it is trying to say? Run as mvn clean. Run as mvn clean team. Yeah, it's done. Run as mvn install again. Understood team? Now done. Let me start this as a Spring Boot application. Run as Spring Boot. Observe team. In your GitHub, in your Git, what value is there? Okay, encryption value is there. Now, how to keep this using slash encryption? Okay, using slash encrypt, okay, which is available in our Spring Cloud. Using this endpoint, you are able to do it. What is the error? Spring Cloud config bootstrap you need to add, because bootstrap dependencies we should add team. Spring Cloud bootstrap dependencies we should add. I think we have added right here. No, we did not add team. Spring Cloud starter bootstrap dependencies. Will it refresh? Run as Spring Boot application. Nine zero, not this one team. We have added the Spring Cloud Starter. Run as Spring Boot application. Understood team? Now done. So now see, I will access this one. Where I will access http colon localhost colon http colon localhost colon 9092 localhost colon 9092 slash users. See, I got it. Even though in your GitHub you got this one, but while you are refreshing team, so you got here also. Okay, you do. Okay, if you don't want, okay, decrypt means here 100%. If you want, okay, decrypt team, here also if you don't want, okay, decrypt, you need to add this property. What property? Cloud. Okay, here is that, okay, property. Okay, you have to add that properties. Here we keep that one. Sorry. Here, see, spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot, okay, encrypt, okay, enabled is equal false team. See, spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot encrypt dot, okay, encrypt spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot. The problem with this dev tools, spring dot cloud dot config dot server dot. One second, I would copy this one. Okay, if you want, you could add this one. Getting, so either you should add here or you should add here. Here we are adding, not here. I'm closing this here team. So you are making as false it is. Here you are making as false. Now let's see. Started this one. Spring dot cloud dot config. Here spring, here config, okay, you should not do it team. Here always you should get it the value team, because you are reading from where your microservices team. Always your microservice will get the plain text team. Okay, plain text team. So this is the concept of how to, okay, encrypt the value inside of the your, okay, external configuration, and how to decrypt that value using here and here team. In your real time, always recommended go for, okay, here, okay, encryption team. Always, okay, recommended go for, okay, encryption in our real time. You should not do any plain text of your database details and all team. Always recommended use your encryption properties file. How to do encryption means using this slash encryption endpoint. You will use it and you will get it team. Now here see Spring Cloud. So external configuration, external configuration with encrypted values, with the encrypted values team. So now here, so using this, okay. Number one, keep encrypted dot key is equal some value in application dot properties file. In application dot properties file or YAML file or OML file. Team application dot properties file or bootstrap dot properties file. Team. Number two. So use this endpoint. Okay. Use this endpoint to get the encrypted value. To get the encrypted value team. Encrypted value. So it is post endpoint. It is post endpoint. Send you send the plain text in body it will give encrypted text team. It will give encrypted text. Okay team. Now get the encrypted text and update into get the encrypted text and update into your git repo. Git repo. Get the encrypted text and update into git repo. And update into git repo. Fourth one, get the encrypted text and update into git repo. Update into a git repo. Fourth one, wherever required. So now here use by default Spring Cloud config server enabled is equal to true. So that we can do this property will decrypt the encrypted value. So if you want if we want okay, if you want to disable the decrypt, then make this as this make this property as false. Team. Okay, got it team. Okay, are we good? Now let's see. I will try here. Okay, endpoints. Why this endpoints is not working here? HTTP colon localhost actuator HTTP colon by default here it has enabled as a actuator team. Here it will be there. Base path is actuator HTTP colon localhost colon 209092 slash actuator slash info. Okay, info is coming team. Info is coming here. Good. I want to do same like okay, health endpoint team. Health also is okay, working team here. I want to do metrics here. Metrics also is okay, working team here. Now I will try refresh team. Now I will try refresh. Refresh means now here see in GitHub. I am going to GitHub. Edit password changes team updated without refreshing. Before updating, CC here updating. I am getting what values before updating service one iPhone properties file. I am getting this value. Now I am updating now in Git repo. Okay, updating team. Go to my endpoint. What is your endpoint here? Slash actuator slash refresh. Is a post one. Okay, it should not work. I know. 405 not allowed. Come to here. Post body raw JSON refresh. It should work team. See, your config client version has updated. Whenever you will give this, you will go here without refreshing. You are not refreshing anything team. Are you refreshing your microservice team? No. Without refreshing, see, I got this value or not? Team without this refreshing. Okay. Okay. If you want to proof again, okay. Team. Okay. If you want to proof again, team, let's see. I am changing here. What you want to change? My username is Spring Cloud, Srino iPhone Prod, Spring Cloud workshop. Okay, let's assume that commit team. Whenever you will do commit without refreshing your microservice, you are not refreshing. If you see here, observe here, encrypted one, you are not refreshing. Okay, observe whenever you click on this slash actuator slash refresh. See here, see here. Without you refresh this microservice internally, it will be using bootstrap properties source. It will read this internally. It will automatically it will restart it. See, you are in GitHub. It will refresh for what? Please see the logs team. Please see logs. Here is the logs. I'm not okay restarted manually. Please see the logs here. I'm not see here. Whenever you click on refresh, it will internally your bootstrap.properties file, it will goes to your Spring Cloud, okay, Spring Cloud config server. It will go to your external server. See, it will refresh your GitHub. It will read the values from there. Here it will give to your @refresh scope annotation team. All values would be held by @refresh scope annotation. See, what are the properties file would be, it would be refreshed here. Service one properties, application dot properties, and also you have your production properties file. All it would be refreshed automatically team. Now if you go it here, if you go here, see, got it or not? Understood team? Color good team. So we have seen here. Okay. Okay. If you want again, last one team. Okay. Without okay, refreshing. So okay, in your real time, you don't need to change any your microservices. What you will do? You will do your change here. Your okay DB okay URL. Okay, instead of test here, you will give okay stack here DB URL. Commit here. Go to here. Send it. That's it. It will load automatically, okay, everything. Come here. Now it is test. Refresh it. Now it is this. So Spring Cloud config server is used to, if any configuration file frequently, it will be changing without refreshing, without restarting, without redeploying your microservices. You just update your external configuration and run your actuator endpoint is called refresh, so that automatically latest updated configuration file you can inject into your application with the help of @refresh scope annotations team. Understood team here? So the question is, yep, question is, okay, looks like now here, please, what are the steps team? Steps to implement. Steps to implement. Okay. Steps to implement. Okay. Without restart microservice. Okay. Okay. Without restart microservice. How to get the updated configurations? How to get the updated configuration details? Answer is first one. Okay. Update. Let's assume that update the values in configuration file. Update the values in configuration file. Okay, second one. What is the second one team here? Okay, second one is please try to understand team. Okay, second one is use actuator, use slash actuator slash refresh endpoint to refresh the updated configuration, to refresh the updated configuration, to refresh and update the configurations at microservice. Third one, refresh scope. Refresh scope annotation is used. Refresh scope annotation is used to hold the values. Refresh scope is is holding the properties through the through value usage. That's it. This is the concept of the Spring Cloud config. So most of the real time, what are the problems are there? How these problems can be resolved using Spring Cloud config? How these problems would be resolved using Spring Cloud config team? How these problems would be resolved using Spring Cloud config? First problem we already resolved team. Any questions team here you can ask now. Any questions here? Okay, okay, you can ask team. Now here, okay, internal team. Any questions team? Okay, every microservice application during the boot up has to has to invoke config server, and load the micro has to invoke the config server and load the microservices configurations in a Spring container, in a parent IOC container. In Spring IOC you have two containers are there, child container and parent container. Okay, which seems to be boilerplate code. We need to, okay, every time it should write, okay, instead of we will write, okay, instead of we will write Spring Cloud has provided, okay, Spring Cloud, okay, instead of we will write this boilerplate code. Spring Cloud has provided has provided components called has provided components called one is Spring Cloud Bootstrap. That's why we need to add Bootstrap. Another one is Spring Cloud Config Client. These two will take care automatically during your application startup. It will read the bootstrap.properties file. It will read the bootstrap.properties file and it creates the, and will, okay, it will read the bootstrap.file, and the if the it will verify if the value is present in this bootstrap or not. If it is not present, it will go for application.properties file. From there, it will read the data. Understood, team? How to, in our Spring Boot classes, how to load the application.properties file? Your Spring Boot will take care here. Who will load the bootstrap.properties file? Your Spring Cloud Bootstrap dependencies will take care to load the bootstrap.properties file, to load the bootstrap, to load
Yeah,
the
first,
bootstrap dot, yeah, and
yeah,
1 second, sir,
first,
and inject the values into environment object. Yeah, okay, tell me, sir.
yeah, first read the value of a bootstrap dot property file. Then, if
Yeah,
not found, then we read to the application dot property file.
yes, sir, yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. When you should go for bootstrap, when you should go for application.properties file. If we want some properties to be to be available, available during the time of bootstrap, during the time of bootstrap, bootstrapping the application, bootstrapping the application. Then, then place them, place them in bootstrap dot properties file or YAML file. I mean YML. Place them in bootstrap dot properties file or YAML file. Okay, if we have some properties, if we have some properties which are, if we have some properties which are application, okay, which are application specific, which are application specific and will not, if we have some properties which are application specific and will not change over the time, will not change over the time, will not time, then place them in, place them in application.properties file. Very important, team. Now, if we have some properties file which are, which are if you have some, okay, application specific properties file, if we have some application specific properties files, application specific properties file, but those will change over the time, like db username, db password, redis endpoint url, then place in cloud config server. You may ask doubt, so when I should go for cloud config and I should go for, okay, application and I should go for bootstrap, team? Understood, team? Depends upon the requirement, you should go for, and you should go for bootstrap, when you should go for, okay, application.properties file, and you should go for spring cloud config server, means external configuration, external configuration. Got it, team? Number one, see, during application startup only I want all the configuration properties. Then I should go for bootstrap data properties file. I need to connect to Spring Cloud config. Compulsory Spring Cloud config server. Okay, endpoint I should configure inside of the bootstrap only. And also Spring Cloud config server is required. My application name also. During my application startup, what are things are required? I need my Spring Cloud config server is required. I need my application name is required. During startup, it will connect to your Spring Cloud config server. It will read all the configuration of this application. It will be placed into your environment object of your IOC container. Once it is available inside of the IOC container, another request will come to your application. You can read the values from the IOC container using @value annotation. If you want some properties to available during the time of bootstrapping the application, then place them in bootstrap.properties file. If you have some properties which are application specific and will not be change over the time, then place them in application. Always it is fixed. Actuator endpoint fixed. You should go for application.properties file. If you have some application specific properties, but those values would be changed over the time, means every 1 month, every 2 months, every 3 months. If it is a banking application, every 6 months your database password would be changed. Now move to your config server. In 2000 okay 12 or okay 13 team, okay, what happened? Every 6 months or okay every 3 months our production database would be change team. What we did, that password we should update it into properties file. We should test it. We would move into dev environment, test environment. It will take 1 week time team. 1 week time. Client should pay the billing, right? Billing to me, billing to developer, billing to QE team. Billing means funding. Billing to your infrastructure guy to do the deployments for after one small property changing. Here fraction of seconds, without restarting your microservice, you can inject the values from your external configuration. Any questions, team? You can ask now. Hope you are good with this configurations team. Hope you are good with this configurations team.